Um, your old phone needs an update so bad it barely wants to work. Your old phone needs an update so bad it barely wants to work. The Samsung. It's signed in under the Becca effect, and I don't know the password, so I can't fix anything on it. So it just barely runs. Yeah, but I don't purposely don't know your password. Why do I need your email? I know email, social work. Have you needed it? That's my answer. Is you have needed my email, my password to my phone, all that stuff. I've never needed any of that shit from you. Okay. Fuck just happened? What did God just do to me? We're probably not playing Subnautica. Queen, I just fucking checked if you were live, and it said no. And now you're live. Oh, still says she's not. Must have been a glitch. I want to rock. I want to stick my cock in a sock. That's weird. Why did it do that? Oh. Maybe I need to start turning off my PC before every stream. Why do you sound like shit? Is that close enough? You're literally in the picture, and I never do that. Let's go. That was such a good, that was such a long delay. Here, let's try again. 7-second delay. It's probably 10. Start. It's probably closer to 10. We have fun. Make sure you guys go to my About page, click on the Discord, join the fun. You can suggest games. You can suggest things to talk about. And that's where your butthole picks go.
All right. We're going to do it all again tomorrow.
Do you have to work till 5 tomorrow, too? Put my cock in a sock. Okay, let's update. El Updato. I guess what he's doing. What is he staring? Can anyone guess what he is doing? His power level. It's so high. Yeah, it sucks the other side does not support controller. Oops. Like, if Phasmophobia can figure it out. If Phasmophobia can figure it out, it should be doable. God damn, I don't know what to play. Is this shit working right? Did that fix it? Hello? Checking the cache? Mm. Have you ever put butter on a Pop Tart? It's so fucking good. If you haven't put butter on a Pop Tart, if you haven't, then I bet you should. It's funny, whenever I was younger, like, that was considered a hog leg. Now it's just a doobie. Now it's just a doobie. It's just a regular schmegular doobie. I don't even remember getting this game. There's spiders in it, though. El Spitos. Game does not support controller. Oh, Sammy has it. Maybe that's why. That is probably why. Right in there. I have it just out of the picture and far enough away. I don't burn it with my doobie. We played as Once Human a lot. I haven't been that hip to it. And I honestly don't know what to play. Nobody's on yet. I usually don't play single player games. Nobody's chatting. Nobody's gotten the Discord, but I have 5 people watching. 4. 5 again. Oh. Let's react to some TikToks.
Hey, you are alone. I'm looking for armor.
I've got plenty of armor. Why did you just ask? I've got 9.
Hey, me too.
One moment, Clue. Do a little bit of healing. Oh my goodness, I'm instantly dead forever and ever. Psych, I'm gonna live forever. No one can kill me.
Yeah, just 2.
I'm the best.
One jumped on your bridge. One jumped on your bridge.
You better watch out.
Push you.
Yeah! Get out of here, scumbag!
This dude is
Oh my
so
god, there's
good.
another one.
Jump. There's 2 teams. Two teams.
I
There's that one
love
on the
that
roof, there's that one on
fucking
the roof.
revolver.
Okay, I'm coming.
We're cooking.
Or lever action, I mean.
Die, you motherfucker, die!
Andy's
You are alone.
good.
I'm looking
He's
for
good
armor.
at the game, and he's funny.
Here's
Just-
the last
just awesome.
24 hours in geopolitics. The U.S. will indefinitely control Venezuela's oil sales and manage all revenues. Moscow condemned the U.S. seizure of a Venezuela-linked tanker as
Oh my
illegal.
God.
Europe warned of swift action if Trump moves to seize Greenland. China is reassessing Venezuela investments after Maduro's abduction.
Do you guys honestly think China should have a fucking say-so on what we just did? Isn't China trying to fucking take Taiwan? Isn't Russia trying to take the fucking Ukraine? These guys aren't... NATO's not trying to do fucking shit to either of them, and they want to condemn us? Fuck them.
Nationwide protests over rising prices.
Fuck
Trump
'em.
invited Colombia's president to the White House, signaling a thaw. Russian strikes left nearly 1 million without heat or water. Berlin endured its longest post-war blackout after suspected arson. Washington plans to exit 66 UN and international organizations. Yemen's STC leader fled to the UAE, sparking new tensions. Israel,
Damn.
deadly protests over conscription deepened political divisions. Trump warned
You know, if Hitler was alive right now, he would actually love how many people fucking hate Jewish people right now.
of impeachment if Republicans lose Congress. Philippines, over 3,000 evacuated near Mayon volcano as alerts rose. France, farmers flooded Paris protesting the EU Mercosur.
That's been happening for
Serbia
so
strengthens
long.
military ties with new Chinese drones. Cambodia extradited a suspected crypto scam mastermind. Here's the last
Damn.
24
The thing is a big old.
If your TikTok videos are still stuck at 2.
Everything they told you about the Minneapolis car ramming was a lie. First, they told you
Everybody's
the
wrong.
agent was never hit.
The ICE agent walked away.
First point, everybody in the situation's wrong. Second point, you do not have to be injured to use self-defense. 3, the cops are more wrong than anyone in this situation because they shot that woman and did not render aid. They should all be fired because of that. Not because they shot her, because they didn't render aid after they shot her. Even if she got shot in the head, you should have been out there trying to do something. At least appear like you're doing something. Just standing there making sure nobody can touch anything, that's not helping your fucking case. Even if they're dead, you should actively have to be rendering aid until the ambulance comes and says they're dead. But
With a hip
I
injury
digress.
that he might as well have gotten from closing a refrigerator door.
also, Cop got ran over 6 months prior to this. So he probably had PTSD to begin with.
Or with his hips. He was not injured. I've seen worse injuries from doing that.
There's no way he knows if he got injured or not. Since he got dragged 6 months ago, that could have re-injured him, that little hit. He has no way of knowing that.
And so, give me a break. No, he was not ran over.
You see this little bitch right here? She fucking...
Ran over. He was not ran
You see that fucking smirk? Whoever this bitch is, she should be gone too.
over.
This guy,
He
obviously
walked out of there
retarded.
with a hop in his step.
And they said this was just a mom stuck in traffic.
It's horrifying to watch. And to think about this 37-year-old woman drops her kid off at school, not involved in protest activity or anything.
What? Uninvolved?
Seems to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
They also said she was a legal observer.
She died trying to be a legal assistant to legal observer to look out for the interests of the most vulnerable members of our community. And she
Who believes
behind
this?
a lot of people who love and admire her.
None of this is true. New video from the ICE agent that was rammed was just released, proving he was hit. The woman was there to block the op, and she wasn't a lawyer. Well, everything they told you about the Minneapolis car ramming.
She wasn't a lawyer.
Big bog oak log. I milled up some beautiful quarter sawn planks off.
I love
and left
watching
them
this
in the
guy.
shed to dry. Fast forward many months, and I finally get to bring one up onto the workbench. I've wanted to try and build an acoustic guitar for some time now, and so as soon
I've gotten so good at detecting what's going to blow up before it does. I actually have a system for it, which I'll show you in partnership with Adobe Acrobat Studio.
It's about 3:15 here in Alaska. Let's go to the grocery store at... it's bottomed out. So I'm guessing around 65 below here in North Pole, Alaska. Let's head to the grocery store.
It's crazy. Hey, gas was more expensive than it is here. I don't know when this was recorded. Safeway. Could you imagine being the truck driver that has to deliver that shit every day?
So I emailed corporate and I said, hey, how come your batteries have got 30-month free replacement stickers on them if you don't offer 30 months free replacement? And after 3 days, they...
So now you're shooting a poor woman in Minneapolis. What's wrong with you people?
Oh, so now you guys care about white women. Not the white women that were sexually assaulted and killed by illegals. Not the...
When I first started Epic Gardening, it was just me and my camera and a tiny front yard
Too
garden.
much
But thanks to
political
Shopify,
shit.
we built it.
Well, we did what you asked and we banned all guns. No one...
Everything they told you.
Well, we did what you asked.
Everything they told you about the Minneapolis car ram.
This is
Yeah.
built.
Here are things that slow-minded people say to me as a gay man who's not the biggest woke person when it comes to the LGBTQIA plus alphabet mafia, he, she, we, they, them, non-binary, vegan, vegetarian, working at Starbucks with a sertraline in their hand, a Monster Canine drink addiction, nail the bob blue haircut, septum piercing, fuck off! Anyway, things people say, you're literally gay though. No, no way! That's my favourite thing to say to them, is like, I didn't know. If I think a he, she, we, they, them isn't real, what does you're gay have to do with it? Yes, correct, I am a man who likes men! Not pretending to be a fuck-ass gender and calling myself a Zizer. The fuck does that have to do with you wanting to get your tits chopped off? Stereotyping is bad in the LGBT. You just fucking did it to me. I turned into Mickey Mouse then. Like, I'm a believer of be whoever you want to be, but don't expect me to believe it for you. Want to be religious? I'll respect that, but don't expect me to believe in God for you. Think you are they, them? I love that for you.
That's a good
but
take.
in this reality, it's not real. There are two genders based off the two sexes, male, female. That's a fact. That's not me. That's not my...
We don't listen to people that look like you anymore. You've lost all the power.
Is it a woman thing?
No, SJW thing.
So you're sexist.
I said SJW. Is that women?
Well, I mean, you like to
Justice
talk
warrior?
over women all the time.
You're literally gonna marry a person.
You can't say that.
Yes, I can.
I say it all the time.
So
retarded.
Say that.
I can. Again, we don't listen to people like you anymore.
Is that just because of the piercing and the color?
The color.
What's the prejudice against that?
Well, you look like a freak.
You're not even good looking.
Says the cow.
Piercings are fine.
No,
Having,
I don't give a. I think it's
having
cute.
your
I can
hair
take it all.
dyed is fine. Having a retarded ass opinion, not fine.
Whatever I want.
After a while, Kyle Rayner began to notice something very strange about his Green Lantern ring. For some reason, the ring
didn't
never
get
ran
charged.
out of power.
Yep, I know this
Intrigued,
one.
Kyle sought out Alan Scott for advice, since Alan was Earth's first Green Lantern and therefore had much more experience. Alan Scott tells him that it's very
This is my 1950s General
So
Electric.
badass, dude. That thing will run forever.
The Lazy Susan drawers.
Oh,
It's in
man.
working order. In fact, it's working a little too well.
They all did that.
Froze
I had
up.
one. They all do
I've
that.
Never defrosted it ever since it's been running in the past couple, 2-3 years almost. But this right here was starting to get frozen in the ice, so I think it's about time. Fortunately, when I got the fridge, it came with this manual here and one of the first
I've never
pages,
seen that.
how to remove frost. And we're a little bit past the level of frost. We got ice blocks in there, but I got instructions that told me to just put hot water in the freezer in a couple pans.
It's a good idea.
To melt it.
I can't see that causing any damage.
I'm not sure how long this is going to take.
I lost my way.
Alright.
What? Why are you slamming things? I'm just talking to Kevin.
Oh, that's... Oh, I thought that was going to be way worse. Oh. Damn, shouldn't that have had way more tension on it? For the boys. What reverse, Terry? Onto the road. And it was full. Damn. Oh, I was gonna say, that thing looks like it's been used in India. That's a pencil sharpener, isn't it? That looked like a pencil sharpener to me. Let's get in here a little bit, see what happens. Come with me, and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Come on, dude. Can I see the baby? We've been talking about the labor for 20 minutes. I just want to see the baby, please. Getting pretty impatient. Is this clickbait? Is it the next video? Okay, there we go. Those like flank steaks? It worked good. That's cool. Yeah, stick your hands in there. Oh, I thought something was gonna blow up.
Obstructing traffic, idiots! You can't do that. That's against the law. Wildin', I'm not gonna start throwing fists at y'all, bro. I'm not gonna run y'all over. Get away from my car, bro.
Get out the fucking road. Protest on the sidewalk.
Good night, Daddy.
I love you too.
I have a daughter in Brooklyn. Obstructing traffic, idiots.
Not be playing the national anthem.
I guess. Announcer, we will not be playing the national anthem. Let's play ball. on track. There it is. They try. That's what matters. One team went out there to do it, and I hope they won. That's awesome.
Is now in our creators, and I
Bullshit.
am not fucking joking.
I've said this needs to be a thing.
This needs to be patched ASAP. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know who found this out.
Just show us.
It's
It's a glitch.
Fucking player in our creators. If you get in a bad situation and you know you're gonna die, you can literally surrender your character, so your player dies on the ground, and then reconnect through the console config, and you literally have a duplicated body with your same loot, and you just spawn in 2 feet right next to your body, and you can just kill whoever's looting your body. Here, we connected, we have a kit, we have a little free kit. So let's say I'm in a bad situation and I know I'm gonna die. So in this corner, I would hit escape and then surrender. So once we're in the menu and we're gonna reconnect, we pull up the console menu here, and we hit the 2 arrows, and we type reconnect.
That's
I'm going to
crazy.
grant him his $55,000 against you. It's not dismissed. Good luck trying to collect that. What'd you say?
This detective laughed at the judge.
In the footage taken by the ICE agent himself, Jonathan Ross's reflection shows him recording on his cell phone and holding it in his right hand. However, footage taken by bystanders show Ross holding the phone with his left hand as he uses his right hand to shoot. The video taken by Ross is about 47 seconds long. Around the 30-second mark, Ross appears to move his phone from his right hand to his left hand. As he does this, he is firmly on the right side of Renee's vehicle. After moving his phone, he then crosses in front of Renee's running vehicle a second time to the left of the vehicle, the direction of the wheels at the time. Then, about 10 seconds after freeing what I presume is his dominant hand, Officer Jonathan Ross uses his right hand to point the gun at the windshield of Renee Nicole Good's vehicle and shoot her, ending her life. Before calling her,
Game Playboy
if this hand maneuver seems insignificant to you, alright. In footage taken by bystanders, Ross appears again at the crash site of Renee's vehicle. Again, he is holding his phone in his right hand. He turns.
There is no way that's serious.
We're making crosswalk buttons culturally correct based on who presses it.
But in the interest of full disclosure, I have to say, I hate Arabs.
Well, that's fine,
Well.
because I'm not an Arab. Well,
Oh, Doc, this is going to be easy. Now, because I haven't seen...
Now I'm like shit, I hopped out so quick. Then I raised my blick and I don't miss. I let off 2 shots, I hit him in this shit. Now Bonte quick, what you finna do? Cause this gon' make the news, gotta make your move. Told that bitch get in cause she looking confused. I broke the rule, cause this bitch you win.
The protesters really think that these people are Nazis and what they're doing is illegal. Why don't they have guns and stand out there?
What's up?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Not much. Just
Oh, I'm
had a
just going through
conversation about
TikToks.
Nazis.
Yeah. Well, you know how everybody's calling ICE Nazis or whatever. If you truly believe that with every fiber of your being that these guys are Nazis, why wouldn't you go out there and defend all these illegal immigrants with guns? Why would you throw snowballs and ice at them? Why wouldn't you have a gun and you would
It's
stand
because
out there?
they're paid protesters. That one of the independent journalists that doesn't play part of the news media fucking went out there.
I'm sure some of them are. I guarantee you there's
They
just
admitted
some retarded people out there that are just doing it. Oh, there's a group of people. I'm going to go. What are we doing? Oh, we hate ICE?
Oh, yeah.
Sweet. Yeah. I almost 100% guarantee.
Pour some hot water.
I'd give that at least 98%. I know they're doing that
There was a
shit.
bitch, one chick was like, don't you have a job to go to instead of protesting? She's like, I'm literally getting paid right now. And then started
Yeah.
cussing her out some more. I'm like,
I did see that clip. But that could honestly mean a shit ton. Like, she could have an OF. You know what I mean? She could have an OF and she could be like, yeah, I'm literally making money doing this right now. That could be taken a bunch of different ways. You know, so I don't 100% believe she was. I do believe somebody's getting paid to get these people together. You know, just like with any cult, it only takes one charismatic person to get a bunch of people to do a bunch of stupid shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I do believe somebody's getting paid, but it's not the stupid people. It's the smart guy that's not there. He got everything rounded up.
As big as they are.
It's no wonder that Renee Nicole Good's wife.
I think they're trying to blast these riots that we're having bigger than they actually are. Like they tried before. I don't really think that that many people are taken to the streets like that.
I mean, we're not there, so there's no telling. You can only believe half of what you even see anymore, which is such a scary fucking thought.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
everything's with a grain of salt, a shot of tequila, and a live leg.
So apparently, I haven't confirmed this yet. So this is just me saying something that I had seen on TikTok. I don't think I can. I might be able to find it, but in the video of the cop that's walking around the car, there's literally a T-Rex in the background standing on like a crushed car. And people were saying it's AI or whatever, but apparently people from that neighborhood are like, no, it's an ongoing joke. Let me see. Cop. Body cam. It's probably going to be the first one that pops up. Okay. Okay, it's when they look at the people.
It's okay, we don't change our plates every morning.
It's okay, we don't change our plates every morning. Okay, are you watching my stream?
Oh, shit.
You see it?
I never noticed. I've watched this video probably like 4 different times, too. I've never noticed this.
Me too, and I thought I had seen it all.
That's fine.
I thought I had seen it all, but sure enough, damn, it's so hard to pause it at just the right time. It's not a T-Rex, it's the other one. Damn, dude, I can never get it paused at the right spot.
That's fucking funny.
Isn't that fucking funny? But there's like a crushed car or something right here, too. And people are like, no, that's real. It's an ongoing joke. Or whatever. But yeah, people saw that and were like, this thing's AI.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I can't confirm or
dude, I can.
All the videos I've seen, I've never paid attention to it.
Right. Here's what I know, though. I know the cop was recording, so there is a video. Because the original video, the cop had a phone in his hand because they don't have body cameras for some fucking stupid reason. No. The original video, you can see the cop walking with the phone in his hand or whatever. So I know there is a video, but I don't know if I can trust. But look, you just saw it again, didn't you? Here, hold on. You can see it over the top of the car, right there in the background.
Yeah.
I paused it too late.
Yeah, you can.
So I do think if this was AI, that thing would have been fucked up or in a different pose.
Just so you know, it'll be the same plate when you come.
AI is not very good with hands and feet. That's also
hands and feet. I mean, it is a blurry image. I'm not saying AI couldn't do this. It is a blurry image. But have you? We've all tried to put something specific in a picture or a video, and then as the video progressed, that picture of the T-Rex or whatever you tried to put, it slowly changes, or it's in a different position, or it looks derpy, whatever. I didn't see this one move. But whenever I saw that, I was like, dude, I don't know what to fucking believe anymore. I know the cop does have a fucking phone. I know they don't wear body cams, so there's a good chance that... Eat my ass. I'm going to download the video and pause it and enhance and try to go CSI Miami on it. I believe this is real. Just need to find out if that's real. And I can't think of how I would do that.
There's programs that can actually scan to see if it's AI generated or not.
Yeah, I want to know for my own personal being, if this whole thing is AI generated, this is the best one I've seen so far.
Yeah. At least the video or the image of the T-Rex being AI generated and put in the background.
Right. Let's see. Is the T-Rex real? Oh, it's gonna think. Okay. I don't know why I thought TikTok was Google. I'm fucking ripped.
Already? Goddamn.
Oh yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
How many millionaires are in the
But yeah, whenever I saw that, I was like, what the fuck, dude? Is this real? Like, regardless if it's real or not, I believe everybody in that video was wrong. The woman's wrong for hitting the fucking gas. The cop's wrong for not just getting out of the fucking way. And all the cops are wrong for not rendering aid. I don't care if she was shot in the head or what. You should have had her ass out, doing CPR, checking her,
It's
doing
an
her
Ashley Babbitt
vitals.
situation again.
Yeah, I don't give a
I think
fuck
people
if
are
she
getting
was
mad.
obviously dead to you. You are not a fucking doctor. You're not a fucking EMT. You administer everything you know how to until the ambulance shows up, and it should be like that all the time.
You know, at one point in time, they were supposed to serve the people.
Yeah.
It kind of worked.
Now they serve the state.
How much oil do you want?
Yep.
They're not even here. They're not even here to protect us anymore.
All right, we got a whole
Cops pulling
A party
people
with my
over and
fiancee
shit?
Jenna and her friends. She said she
Dude,
had to
that
step
used
out.
to
2
never
hours
be a
later, she
thing.
still
That
wasn't
used to
back.
be
As I
illegal
went to
as
look
fuck.
for her, I heard her best
Yeah.
friend speaking in
Because
Spanish,
we used to
a
go
language
off
they
of
thought I didn't
constitutional
understand.
law
This idiot
and
has
common
no idea
law,
he's being
not all these extra laws. And in our constitution, it says if you have too many laws or they're too confusing, that the citizen doesn't have to follow.
Yeah, or if they're unconstitutional.
She quit her
Yeah.
job to
And
protect
We've done
literally is-
semantics so much where, like, you know, you have the right to travel.
This is
You have the right to travel.
She hasn't fully evolved into her.
Anything that it takes to travel should be a right. You know, of course I have the right to walk to another fucking state or walk to the fucking parking lot. You know what I mean? But what if I decided to drive to the parking lot? That is a right because I have the right to travel. Anything that it takes me to travel, I have a right to do that. You know?
Yep. Well, dude, I mean, again, not but, 80, 90 years ago, having a license wasn't a normal thing.
Wasn't a thing.
You only to get that if, like, you were commercial
I
driving
do
a truck
agree.
or doing something like that.
Yeah, I do agree, though, that we need a license. I believe that we have the right to fucking travel and everything. A driver's license, for one, should be free. You shouldn't have to pay for it.
Yeah.
Again, if I have to have it to have my right, then it's free, you know. But I think your driver's license should be free. You still have to go take the fucking test or whatever. But I honestly
shouldn't have to register my car.
Nope. Once you bought your car, you bought it. I think you should have to register it one time. That's when you bought it. You shouldn't have to pay taxes on that thing that you bought because you paid for it and paid taxes when you bought it. That's just fucking stupid. You know.
I agree.
I am a gun owner, and I believe everybody should be able to have the right to own a gun. But at the same time, there are people that should not be allowed to have a gun. If you've committed a crime with a firearm, I don't believe you should have a firearm after you've done that. If you have a felony,
child diddler.
Oh yeah, obviously, that would be the only crime I can think of that would.
Yeah.
I would strip away all of your rights. You wouldn't have any. You wouldn't be able to vote. You wouldn't be able to do shit for the rest of your life because you'd be dead. But I digress.
Pretty much.
Yeah. But yeah, there are some people that shouldn't be allowed to have guns, and I would be okay with them treating it like a driver's license. You know, it's something you start learning when you're 16, and then you're able to fully do it after a 6 months period or whatever. But it should all be free. The classes should be free. I grew up in the country. We had to take hunter safety as a part of PE. It was a part of PE. Everybody at the school I went to in Marshfield for a little while, everybody there had to take a hunter safety course, or it was a grade for fucking PE.
Bro, did you know? And it's still a thing. It's just not enforced anymore. But did you know that we actually have a thing in place to where we're supposed to be trained in our state's militia?
Yeah.
In between a certain age. Like we're supposed to go every 2 weeks or whatever, or for 2 weeks or some shit.
So in my state, we have, I think we have like fucking 40 or something. It's crazy. But almost anybody can do it, but they do treat it kind of military-esque. And militia's such a broad term that it could just be a group of people with no training,
and that's
trying
why
to
I
train
go
you.
Based off of our old country's terminology.
Yeah. And back then, you know, it was just a group of people or whatever. But
yeah,
I think modern militia, you should have at least vets, somebody who has been training other people. Like whenever I went to one, because I thought the same thing, I was like, cool, I'll get some like cool military training. I'll learn how to use my firearm better, stuff like that. And it was literally just some old dude who sat there the whole time and was like worried about your grouping and shit like that. Like he was just critiquing people. He wasn't teaching them how to be better. He was just like, well, you know, your groupings are 2 inches apart. That's not very good. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
PL39, love game.
How do I improve it?
PL39
Well,
love.
you're just going to have to practice and work at it more. So you're not going to show me if my stance is wrong, if my hand holds are wrong. Not to mention 2 inches distance at like 50 yards. That's not terrible. You know what I mean?
No, that's still center mass for most shots.
Yeah, 50 yards with a fucking iron sights and a pistol. That's not horrible. I only had to fire like 3 shots, I think. But yeah. And that was when I thought I was at like pretty decent in my shooting game, because I was going to the range like once a week. Every Sunday, me and my friends were going to the shooting range because I bought 1,000 rounds of ammo for fucking $300, and I fucking sent every bit of that shit down range. But yeah, for like fucking 10 months, dude, we went to the range every fucking Sunday and went and shot and everything. And I just thought, you know, I didn't think he was going to be like, oh, you're a pro or whatever, but I thought he would have said something like, oh, you need to widen your stance a little bit. I noticed you were closing one eye. What, you know, like, I thought they were there to, like, if you're a militia, you know, we'd want to train everybody to be certain things like, hey, you're going to be a medic. But if you have no medical expertise, how the fuck are you going to show me how to be a medic?
That's my point. It's not taken seriously, and I think that's one of the problems that we're facing is we're changing so much in our country.
Yeah.
And then we get so complacent, we don't understand, and we allow this shit to happen. You know, if we were regularly being trained properly in a militia that used to be required, and veterans, like you were saying, are actually teaching the courses, dude, we would be so much more active and aware as a society.
Not only that, like
better.
if we were taught the things, if we were taught about, like really taught about what the Constitution actually meant, what You know, like, of course we talked about the Constitution whenever we were kids, but I didn't know any. I was a fucking American kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, cool, I have the right to say whatever I want, but I was a kid and I wasn't able to say anything I wanted to, so I felt like it was all bullshit to begin with. You know what I mean? Yeah. I feel like if they would have really started teaching the Constitution and shit like that whenever we were kids, a lot more people would be like, okay, so I don't agree with what Donald Trump's doing, but technically it's constitutional, and that makes him not, you know, like, be able to critically think a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And read the Bill of Rights and Letter of Independence and understand all that shit.
I quit voting. I voted for Obama twice, and I never voted before that, and I never voted after that, because I realized real quick that voting for the president doesn't fucking matter.
No.
It doesn't matter at all. Our state has so many fucking votes that it's allowed to give out or whatever, and that our state's already decided what that's going to be. If tomorrow Missouri's mostly red, I want to say. I could be wrong on that, but either way, they voted for Trump in our last election. I guarantee that if Missouri turned blue, like we all decided to vote Democrat in the next election for the Electoral College or whatever, before our fucking vote, I guarantee the Electoral College would still vote red, no matter what. And the fact that there's no penalty or anything for you not voting the way that your state wants you to, just mean it, as soon as I found that out, I was like, then there's no reason to do it. These people are already deciding who's going to be president. It's not.
See, and that's the problem that I'm also pointing out too, is if we were educated in this shit, we wouldn't just be like, oh, fuck it, and give up as an individual. We would know our rights as people, and we would stand up together, and we would be speaking the same language, and these politicians wouldn't be walking all over us and fucking us and our kids.
Yeah.
Both literally and figuratively.
And fuck, dude, people just can't. People are too scared about not fitting in that they don't want to think outside the box. Dude, I got into an argument with fucking friends today, you know, and one of them even messaged me and told me, hey, you're being a fucking dick. This guy is in the military and is college educated and everything. And I wasn't trying to be a dick, though, in my mind. But what I said could be taken as disrespectful, so I apologized to him. But I still feel like I was right. Like, he posted a thing. It was like, I see a lot of tread on me people now licking boots. Like, a lot of the don't tread on me crowd are all of a sudden pro-police and licking boots. And I was like, I haven't seen any of that, but I have seen a lot of people that were praising Charlie Kirk's death all of a sudden find their morality. You know, that was the beginning of the argument or whatever. And regardless, I thought I was right, but I was being right in such a dickheadish way that no one would listen to you. You know what I mean? Even if you are technically right, you're doing it in a way that everybody fucking hates you. You know, and then I realized that
arrogance.
Yeah, and then I realized, like, a lot of times I don't get to talk to anybody unless they're online. So I've missed out on that face-to-face contact. But also, like, I'm bitter over my kid. You know, I might be purposely, subconsciously attacking people, you know, and not realizing it. Because I'm so like, dude, what you said was wrong. You're being a fucking hypocrite. And then explaining it in detail in a way that makes me a fucking asshole. You know, I just realized, like, oh, I'm taking out some of that anger that I have at the world on, like, close friends and stuff. So I'm going to start doing something similar to this. And this is where I'll talk about politics or whatever, those views, so I'm not mean to people I come in contact with, you know.
Hey,
Plus, the other thing is, like, when you're arguing with people on Facebook and shit, they don't know how you're talking. You know, fuck you could mean, hey, I haven't seen you in a long time, what's up? And fuck you could also mean, hey, fuck you, I hate you, you're a piece of shit. But it all comes down to exactly. It's all come down to, did I say, hey, fuck you, you stupid bitch? Where have you been? You know, or fuck you, you stupid bitch. Where have you been? That totally changed the mood. You know what I mean? And I feel like a lot of arguments are started that way.
Yeah, that's the one problem with texting, and the nice thing about videos is the lack of emotion.
Every single person with this
I use voice to text also. So in my mind, you are reading it the way I'm saying it. You know what I mean? But if you took that first asshole comment as I'm mad, now you're reading everything in a mad voice, and it totally changes everything that I was trying to get across, or you were trying to get across, you know, because you don't get to hear those fucking inflections or anything.
Well,
what are you
emojis
playing?
blew up. Emojis were so popular because it showed the actual emotion in text that you wanted to do.
Yeah. And we used to have a lot of punctuations for that shit too, dude. Have you ever like
we still
looked in?
do. We just don't use them.
Not on my phone. Dude, there's some that's like a question mark, but it's like a squiggly ass question mark, and it's upside down, and it literally means you're being sarcastic or something like that. You know, like I didn't know that was a fucking thing, but apparently it is.
I know that writing like that out there exists just because I'm a history nerd, and so you know, when you go back into certain times, you get that shit.
Your phone doesn't have that button to convey that, and it's like, so, and then you're thinking about the emoji. So do I use the crying face emoji, and does that make me look like a dick? Does the crying face emoji convey what I'm trying to say right now? Because it's either I'm laughing because you're fucking retarded and don't get it, or I'm laughing, we're both right, or you know what I mean.
Well, that's why you just do the upside down smiley face at that point too.
Yeah.
That way they know you're being sarcastic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's so fucking weird these days.
No, I got you.
I feel like whenever I've always been the type of person to say whatever I'm thinking, or I was that one friend that if you came and told
We
me
were running
something,
around trying to get those shredder jives.
and I thought it was stupid, or I thought you were in the wrong, I would tell you, but I would still support you. I'd be like, dude, you were totally wrong, but still fuck that guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just always been that type of person. And I take it too, you know, if somebody out there was like, hey, this, you were wrong, you know, I would think about it and look at it and be like, yeah, you're probably not wrong. You're my friend. I'm still on your side. I'm just letting you know I think what you're doing is wrong. Like if you were fighting with your girlfriend and told me what was up, and I was like, well, dude, you were wrong. You know, I wouldn't go tell your girlfriend I thought you were right as well. You know, I would just be like, I think you're wrong, but that's just me and you. Fuck them anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. No,
I've never been
that's how I think
the
a lot
yes
of
man
people
friend.
survive. Exactly. I think that's how a lot of people survive with their friendships. Me and Chambers are the same way.
Yeah.
We don't fucking.
You've got to have a friend like that, dude, or you cannot think that you don't fuck up, or, you know, like those girls that, or guys that go through so many girls and they're always blaming the girl. It's like, well, dude, I don't know what it is. I always end up with a bitch or whatever. And it's like, well, maybe, but what did you do? You know what I mean? If you don't have that friend, you're never going to fucking grow. You're never going to be better.
Yep. No, iron sharpens iron. And a lot of guys have grown up sheltered and too weak You know what I mean? People are
Yeah.
afraid to like step up and do that shit.
I just feel like everybody's fucking got yes men next to them.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you agree with this person because he has the same political views or whatever as you, and you don't want to feel alienated or isolated, so you're going to agree with them even if they're wrong, so you can keep that bond of friendship. And it's like, if you telling your friend that they were wrong in something causes the friendship to stop, you guys weren't friends, or you were friends with them, but they weren't friends with you. You know, a disagreement should not end a fucking friendship. A fucking, you know, let's say you're a fucking hardcore Democrat and I was a hardcore Republican, or vice versa. We should still be able to talk to each other. We should still be able to have a conversation. We should be able to walk away and go have a beer after a long ass fucking debate and not talk about politics. You know what I mean? Like, it should be that way. Everybody gets their fucking opinion. Everybody gets to have a little fucking discussion, but nobody wants to do that shit anymore. It's, I have made this thing my whole fucking identity. And whenever you're telling me I'm wrong, you're attacking my identity, not the thing you're talking about. So I'm going to shut that down.
Yep.
No, you're a racist, or you're a bigot, or you're a fascist.
And it singles out the individual to have to speak on their intelligence on their behalf.
Yeah,
And
if
most
you
of them
cannot
can't do it because
defend,
they just follow the herd.
yeah, if you cannot defend your point of view, it's not your point of view. It was somebody else's. That guy could probably defend his point of view, but you can't. You're just saying that because he fucking said it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
If you can't critically think about something, you shouldn't have an opinion about it. If you're just saying, well, somebody told me that, you know, Trump was bad, so Trump bad. Or, you know what, I heard Trump was a pedophile, which I've heard so much about, but every time I ask for like a court case or whatever, I hear nothing. And then whenever I'm like, hey, how many of you guys voted for Hillary Clinton? Nobody will say anything. And I feel like they know what I'm about to say after that, you know, because the next thing I would say after they said I voted for Hillary Clinton over Trump or whatever, I'd be like, did you know you almost voted you voted for a pedophile to be back in the White House? Bill Clinton
a lot more than a pedophile, but that depends on how deep you want to go.
Yeah, but Bill Clinton is in the Epstein files. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and
he's in
there's
there.
Literally a painting of him.
He's in there
dress.
a little bit, a lot of bit, and he seems to have a smile on his face. He seems to be fucking mingling, shaking, like he knows people there. You know what I mean? And everything I've heard about Trump and Epstein is fucking Epstein hated Trump. Epstein didn't want to be a part of Trump didn't want to be a part of what Epstein was doing or whatever.
What I want to see is the redacted parts unredacted.
Yeah, dude. It honestly, at this point,
it doesn't matter.
Even if Trump,
public.
even if Trump did do something in there, he should have released it. He should have released it just to be like, yep, I was in there. I already said this happened, or I'm not proud that this happened. But honestly, there would be so many other people in there too, you know.
Or, you know, I was coerced or forced or whatever. But it doesn't, you know what I mean? But
doesn't even matter at this point. And it's taken so long that the people that believe,
association.
Yep, because they think it's all fake now. Both sides think it's fake. You know, if you were waiting for the Epstein files and you were like, oh, dude, I fucking know for a fact Dick Cheney is in the fucking Epstein files. I know for a fucking fact. And then they come out and there's not one fucking word about Dick Cheney. You don't believe a fucking thing that's in that report. Not one fucking thing. That's just an example. I don't even know if Dick Cheney was accused of being in the Epstein files, but he was like the first person that came to mind. Right. But yeah, he should have just fucking released him. And if he did do something bad, the fucking forever Trumpers would not give a shit, for one.
Dude, I just think that they don't want to release him because there's too many powerful people implicated
That's
in
what
it.
it is.
And I feel like
I
they feel that
honestly-
it would collapse society because it's
I
the upper
honestly,
echelon.
well, because I believe over half of Congress is in the Epstein files. All the old
I
people
guarantee it.
that are in Congress, I
have no doubt.
We already saw that one who was literally like texting Epstein during the thing, asking about what she should say or whatever. Like, that lady should have been out as soon as that came
Well, dude,
out.
I mean, the fucking sex parties that came out a while back that are apparently going on in the political buildings and Capitol.
Oh
buildings.
yeah, dude, I believe it all at this point.
Oh,
It's
dude,
all,
yeah.
it's
That's why
all
it's not
some
the
weird.
People's House anymore.
It's some weird fucking cult, dude. All of it. It's all some weird
Yeah.
fucking cult ass shit.
They have placards and shit. I think Tim Waltz, Tampon Tim,
Yeah.
fucking has a placard to like some demon god or whatever that's demonic entity that's literally in the Capitol building in gold.
Yeah. I don't even care at this point.
They
drink fucking baby blood. Yeah. It's
when
just
it gets so deep like that, you're like, it just needs to be burned down like Rome and rebuilt at this
Dude,
point.
I have said this, and people push back about this all the time. There should be term limits in Congress, and they're like, well, if they're doing a good job, why would we put term limits on that? The same reason we put term limits on the president, motherfucker, regardless if they're doing a good job or not. That's too much power to have for that long.
Well, see, this is the thing. At the end of the day, I agree with it too, but at the end of the day, we don't need term limits because we can, as the people, if the people understand their rights, we can primary these motherfuckers and say, get the fuck out.
That's true,
Problem
but
is,
there's
they don't
not
be fucking
enough
primaries anymore. Look at
There's
how
not
complicated
only
it's
that,
getting.
there's not enough competent people for this strategy to work anymore. We have to
Well, and
do
that's what I'm
term
saying,
limits.
not enough militia trained people, not enough educated people in their rights and their constitution to be confident,
Yeah.
to stand up. Everyone's too afraid of being called the next Hitler. And it's like, just fucking get over it. And then you see the wrongdoing, let's fix it. For fuck's
Sometimes
sake.
I just don't understand, like, who is voting for Pelosi? How is she
Right?
still in there? You know what I mean? Like, what fucking old fenced in gated community is she in charge of that gets her that fucking vote? AOC, I know why they voted for AOC. They wanted new blood. They wanted somebody to go up there and try to do something, but nothing's happened. Nothing's happened. We just need term
They
limits
just
so we
wanted
can
a pretty
get.
face.
Yeah. So most of the people that
we
are
should just vote for
in
people that
fucking
don't take APAC money.
Right. And they should only make as much money as their state allows.
They should
You know?
make as much money as they were supposed to. It was
Yeah.
supposed to be like a normal job
Mhm.
that was extra exerting, which is why it was open to the public and the average man could run, among his community and win, not have to pay billions of dollars for advertisement because it was never supposed to be like that.
And I think
Now
term
we have
limits will
social
fix
media.
a lot. Think about it.
Yeah,
So you're a lobbyist, okay? And you really want to get liquor banned or something. That's your mom's against liquor or something like that. Are you going to offer a politician that's only going to be there for 2 years to try to get your lobby measures through? Are you going to give them millions of dollars, or are you just going to give them thousands of dollars? Because they're going to be out in 2 years, and then I'm going to have to fucking pay that guy money on top of that. I'm going to have to pay multiple people every 2 years just to try to get this lobby through. It won't 100% fix it, but I think it's going to help a lot. Like, I wouldn't, if I'm paying somebody right now to lobby something that I know's been in office for 10 years, let's say I give him $500,000. That's probably way too much. They probably take less than that to do worse things. But But if that person I knew was only going to be here a fucking year, I'd be like, listen, dude, I really want this to happen and I want you to say something about it, but I'm only going to give you a couple grand because I'm going to have to pay the next dude that comes in here the same thing. And also, any lobby money you take from anyone, you have to report it and everybody knows about it.
Yeah,
One
see,
page bills.
The only thing is the term limits would have to be a decent amount of time, though, because as a republic, our founding fathers designed it in such a way that decisions are made extremely slowly and take a long time to pass.
I would try to fix that too.
The thing,
you know how
the
to fix
reason
that,
why,
right?
the reason why they did that is so
I know
that way
I'd
a
fix it.
population could think about the mistakes or think about the, essentially
But no,
overthink.
I understand the original
understand the
purpose.
problem.
I understand the original purpose, but that's not how our
Otherwise, we'd be
government
like
works
Germany, where
anymore.
we just switched to socialism. I know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Is yes, in a perfect world, the way you're saying it, that is what would happen. But we don't have that anymore. We don't have people that'll vote out bad people. Bad people keep doing bad things and still get to be in fucking office. That makes no sense.
That's why you make the American people aware, and you add the ability to be like, hey, if they're taking money from this kind of people or this kind of foundation or whatever, that they would have to report it, and that would sway a lot of people's votes because they understand that they're pushing that shit, and that shit shouldn't even be allowed to begin with. I would just say fucking cut all foreign. That way the money has to be a smaller foundation, and it has to remain in the country because it's your country's politics. Why should another country like Venezuela fucking be asking our politicians to do shit?
Right. And to an extent, I agree with that. I think if your country helps us when we need it, we should help you.
No, I already talked it.
No, that's fine. The American people have proven that
They're broken.
they will agree to that.
I'm talking to. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I missed that last
the
part.
American people have been proven to fucking agree to that, and it's by the people for the people. So if the American people agree to that, then our politicians should be allowed. Our politicians shouldn't be taking money from the Venezuelan president.
Oh no! That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
Do that kind of shit.
Yeah, that's not what I meant about the money.
They should lobby to the American people. Hey, we would like to fucking have a voice. This is what's going on in our country, and the American people can vote whether to help or not. That's how it should be.
So what I was saying was like when we had so Hurricane Katrina, the cleanup, the helping the all the people that were displaced and all the homes that needed to be repaired. Shit like that. So if some place like Venezuela sent us $1 million or $2 million to help with that, then I think we should also help them in a similar way. You know what I mean? Maybe not necessarily $2 million, but here's fucking $2 million in corn or food to help with this tragedy that you just had. That's what I meant by if your country helps us, we will help you.
Well, it's a barter system, so whatever resource we can give you for whatever assistance you're giving us. it.
Yeah, and if you don't help us, we do not help you. That should be the way it is with our government.
Maybe we should have something where like once a year or, once every fucking handful of, X amount of time, you have lobbyists from other countries coming and actually talking to the American people about the issues.
Yeah.
And having to show facts of proof that it's actually happening and not this fucking staged bullshit.
Yep, and it should be public. It should be like whenever Congress decides they want to subpoena somebody and bring them in for no fucking reason or to ask stupid fucking questions that get us nowhere. It should be publicized like that.
All that shit used to be public. We as American people used to be able to walk into those buildings and debate. Congressmen and women were just like you and I. They weren't special. They didn't have details. I understand the assassination shit and everything else.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if we all come together and understand under certain values and a way to like treat people, you wouldn't have to worry about a lot of that shit.
Yeah, I'm not super I'm not at all religious anymore after everything that's been going on in my life. But I do think the Bible teaches you to have, there are some lessons in there that can give you decent morality. You know, like treat people the way you want to be treated. I agree with that. Except for in instances where you don't help us, we don't help you, like in other countries. But as your country, you should be nice to everybody that you want to be nice. You want shit happen to you, you got to do it too. You know, I don't believe in praying, but I do believe in putting fucking good vibes out there. If you're thinking positive, more positive things are likely to happen.
Well, and I think that's why we were founded as a Christian nation, because it was based off a lot of those moralities and understanding.
Pagan and Christian, which are kind of close.
You're right. You're right. The form of Christianity honestly muddied over time,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. But it's the strength of the church and the persecutions and all that shit that I don't fucking agree with.
No, dude. And
you know, how can I go fucking murder all these people in the name of God? You know, and
not
give
only that,
this
but
one person the head of the church.
protecting
How does he have the authority?
priests that molest kids. You
That too.
cannot tell me any God would think that that's okay. You know, you're supposed to be celibate, as far as I know. You're supposed to be celibate. Not only that,
married to God
for like fucking 50,000 years. Didn't you guys preach about how homosexuality is a fucking sin and shit? But you guys are out here fucking little boys. Somehow that didn't matter. You know, come the fuck on. Come the fuck on.
And the Pope said, "I forgive you, my child." So now I get to go to heaven because he said so.
Yeah, I get to go. I get to fuck kids and then get.
You have that authority. Yeah.
Yeah, and
kind of like
that's
that
the
episode of Family Guy where they kill Bin Laden, and he's like, "I accept the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ," and then it ends up in heaven.
Oh yeah, and that was something I always could not get grasp with either. Like, my version of heaven wouldn't be your version of heaven.
Nope.
How the fuck do all these heavens get to be? You know what I mean? And it's just fucking crazy to me. The hell part I could agree with, because like everybody's hell. I mean, you could get tortured and fucked everything, you know. But if my heaven is me walking around buck ass naked with my cock dragging along the ground, if your heaven is everybody has clothes on and you don't have to look at a big cock dragging around the, you know, why? What heaven are you in? You know what I mean? It just didn't make sense to me. Okay, what game is everybody playing? I'm gonna start fucking losing viewers.
Just the Stone Tower.
Yeah.
Over the kid. I'm not playing anything right now.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm not either.
But we can pick something.
Okay.
I've just been stoned fucking getting into the conversation with you, dude.
Yeah,
I've only really got an hour till I need to start thinking about heading out to go start doing some errands. So.
Oh, right on. Well, thanks for hopping in the Discord anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, I fucking the way the world works anymore, it's just fucking crazy. Do you want to do some finals, Sam? Or
I mean, yeah, I can do some finals with you.
oh, we could hop on Subnautica too, I guess. That's up to you.
Do some Subnautica if you want. I mean, I don't bother me playing a
Repo also.
Repo, RV there yet.
Oh yeah, let's do RV there yet. Fuck yeah. I forgot where we ended up on this one.
I don't think.
But to be honest, how you fix some of that shit when it comes to laws and whatnot is you maximize. You get a maximum of 10 pages. That's it. That's all.
Yeah.
If it can't fit in 10 pages, it doesn't need to be a law.
See,
you have all these laws that,
and I also want to say
you have all
it
these
should
laws
be
that
one thing.
Start out as like 5-10 pages, and then they have to add in all this fluff that doesn't pertain to the law, and now that 5-10 pages is 150, 200 pages.
Well, it's literally in I think our Bill of Rights where it dictates and clearly states that if the law is not like completely easy for the American person to understand and the American people to understand, that they don't have to fucking follow the law. And them adding that many pages and doing all that kind of shit is what fucking causes those problems.
Yeah,
that would be
but if we just
okay.
had pages to 5 to 10 with a maximum of like 10.
I see
You're
the
good
I
enough.
see the
Look at
angle that you're
Obamacare.
shooting with the 10
Look at
pages.
Obamacare. At first, it was like 5 to 10 pages. Literally, it was a great bill. It was a great thing. And then everybody had it, and all the lobbyists and all this and all that had to get their grubby little hands into it. And that 5-10 pages turned into, what was it, like 355?
Yeah. My thing is bills should be about one thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to get a bill passed, it should be able to pass because of it, not because it's put in with a bill that feeds hungry kids. And if you don't vote for this bill, that means that you hate fucking hungry kids or whatever. You know, like that should not be a fucking thing, dude.
That goes back down to having a page limit.
Yeah. But because I think they could still, what they would do is they would be broad about something so they could add another thing into the bill. You know, they would just try to do it within 10 pages. Or they would write so small that it stayed on 10 pages. Like, they would find a fucking loophole. They would write so small that you need a magnifying glass. That way it was 10 pages.
Yeah. Well, that's why you put in minimum fucking, you know.
Yeah. No, I'm agreeing.
That's why you have to teach Congress, or treat Congress like they're fucking 3 years old.
Yeah. And the bill we would have to write to get that fixed might be longer than 10 pages. I agree there needs to be a limit, but I also think if we added, I know our shit's slow or whatever, but it needs to be one fucking bill. How many things have gotten passed through Congress in the last 10 fucking years? It's not one a day. You know what I mean? I bet they passed 3 or probably 10 bills. Maybe within the last 10 years. Yeah, in the last 10 years. And those 10 bills probably had 5 fucking things in them.
Yeah.
You know, and if we do one bill at a time, for one, we know what our fucking Congress is doing. We could also fucking set a time limit. Be like, dude, we want you to be working. So, you know, if you're trying to pass a bill, you have fucking 3 weeks, or you have a month. If that bill doesn't pass in a month, it doesn't fucking pass. It sucks. Sorry.
Exactly.
Try again later. Well, fuck, Sammy. I can't remember what we were doing. We haven't played this in so long. I can't remember the obstacle. That I do remember us doing the obstacle several times.
Krovix asks, did I walk into an 8-ball joke?
And honestly, you take someone like Tyler and I to
Did you
write
walk
that bill,
into an 8-ball?
that laws can only be 10 pages. We could have it done in half a page.
Yeah. No, Krovix. We were just stoned, fucking political dreaming, fucking. We're making our own country.
Politics. You just missed a lot of good political talk and religious talk.
I try. Well, I don't see. For me, it's not
Krovix
political.
said,
Some
"I'll
of it's
take 2, please."
some of it's common sense for me. So it's like I'll say
yeah,
something and
yeah.
it doesn't even seem like it's political, but you know, to other people, it's like, oh, you just fucking made a political statement. It's like, dude, for
Krovix
me, that's
said, with
fucking
an
common
extra side
sense.
of painkiller.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But I also agree with you too. We need to introduce term limits for the Senate and the House.
Oh yeah, yeah. Whenever I said term limits, I meant, even though I know what you're saying. I did specify Congress, but yes, fucking House, Senate. Nobody needs to have power. Dude, you should not be able to be a career politician. I would make it to where you can't be a career politician and you cannot be a lobbyist after you've been a politician.
Yeah. And then I would make it also so that way all these generals and whatnot in the military can't, be pressing, oh, I'm getting all these kickbacks from this companies to choose their product, so that way after I get out, my life is going to be nice and cush.
Yeah.
Lockheed Martin.
Bell. Look at what they're trying to replace.
It's so funny, dude. I've been saying for years that businesses, big corporations and shit should not be buying single family homes. And literally, Trump pretty much said the same fucking thing, that fucking
Yep, I saw that.
BlackRock should not be buying up a fucking single family home. There's no reason for them to own that.
Mm-hmm.
But now,
I can
because
understand the government owning some for witness protection or things like that,
but not fucking. It shouldn't be a part of a billion-dollar company's portfolio to have single-family homes. How can anybody compete with that, dude? Whenever me and my wife were looking at the house that we're living in now, there were literally like people in suits coming over here to fucking look. Like there were flippers trying to like grab this house and fucking fix it up and flip it, which that's a legitimate business. That's hard to do. If you can do that, kudos. Yeah. But fucking if fucking BlackRock or something came in here and decided they wanted this fucking house, none of us would be able to get it. And everybody's mad at fucking Elon Musk. So that would be one of the things I would brought up was, is Elon Musk making you actively poor? And most of them are like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh no, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, trying to hop out, fell into it too.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get to the top of this.
Here, I'm gonna restart. From last checkpoint.
This ice falls, so you go over, you have to go fast.
Yeah, Elon was going to be fucking rich or whatever, but what he is doing is not making me actively poorer every day. Tesla's not out here buying up every fucking starter home, making it to where I can't afford to buy a house.
Yeah. And frankly, Elon, in the past, he has never been afraid to sleep in his car.
Yeah.
And he had multiple times because he was homeless and he just said, fuck it, I'm sleeping in my car and coming up with his next thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and people keep yelling that tax the rich shit, and I'm like, yeah, that, rich should pay a decent amount of taxes, but, most fucking people that own the business, they're rich because they own the business. It's not like they don't have $7 billion in the fucking bank.
Yeah.
It's their business is worth $7
in stock. Fluctuate a given minute. That $7 billion can go turn into fucking $7 overnight.
Right.
Well, their business is also in the people that they've hired as a part of their business.
Exactly. He's leveraging his assets and his company to get money. You know what I mean? Like, or he pays, he might only pay himself $1,000 a year, but he was able to get a fucking $10 billion mansion because he has a $7 billion business. Not because he has that much money.
The way that he was able to buy out Twitter is a little bit sketchy.
Yeah, I agree.
He doesn't have the $7 billion, but he's got that $7 billion in stock.
Right.
All this with Tesla and SpaceX, and he was able to use that as collateral.
Yes.
At which point,
collateral.
Which I think
he's able to use it as collateral. You can't. You shouldn't be able to use that as collateral. Sorry. But.
No, but what he did was he said, "I'll tell you what. I will sell my workers, their houses, their cars, and everything that we all own as a collective group, because." X was also talking about or working for Tesla as well too, or something like that.
Yeah, because he said their package was like nice.
Yeah. So we're going to offer all of our perks.
To take care of people.
Yeah. We're going to give a lot of our stuff over to you as collateral if you provide me the money as a loan, because I can easily pay you back the loan if given enough money to provide that. And it's just like, He is offering up, 33% of his stock to us so that we actually can invest and own a portion of his investment stock. So, in essence, we're giving him cash for a third of his company. Deal, we'll take it. And afterwards, he can buy that company with the cash that he has, because somebody's going to easily take the cash payment and walk out in a briefcase on an airline to Spain, buy a mansion or whatever he wants with it, and basically own the business. And that's how the business transactions usually go down. Is they use it as a tax write-off as a part of a business expense, and then the principle is these people are so well off in understanding the practice of business that their own property that they own can be leveraged for cash. That's a part of it, and they're using it for whatever reason. And I know because my aunt did it. She had sold a portion of the property for a construction company so they can set their tools and equipment and have security detail. So they're basically renting a free space on a landmass where they can put a lot of their equipment where they don't have access. And it's providing like a safe haven for all the heavy trucks, the equipment, and everything that they need. And she's, in essence, getting money for it. That's how she's making a fuck ton of money.
Dude, this map
And it's
sucks
like,
ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, all she
trying
did
to
was create
figure
an
out-
easement.
I don't
That's
even
it.
know which
That's
way
all.
we're supposed to go. Because we went left, but like.
Well, I mean, this
to right.
says
She didn't
65 this
sell
direction.
The land to them. She created an easement that allows them to utilize the land for X amount.
Yes, same principle practice, and it's kind of disgusting because she can leverage it as a tax write-off.
Yeah.
And also use the money to reinvest into more tax stuff. Like I pay electricity, I pay for all of these things. I do business while talking on my phone. I do business while I talk with my family, having dinner. It's a business meeting. It's like, wow. So everything's a tax write-off at this point. Okay, well, that's smart. I do charity by going to the grocery store, buying food, and then giving it to a canned food drive. That's business. It's like, hey. So the government will never touch a dime of that, and these people are just continuously getting off scot-free without ever having to pay taxes. Meanwhile, we're paying a W-2, and we're basically having to pay out of pocket. And yeah, I don't even need to go there. But it's enough frustration to tell the base underlying.
Reminds me of like when we were kids, you would always, your mom or your dad would have that one friend that's like, man, I'm gonna just go buy some fucking land and live out in the fucking woods by myself somewhere. And everybody was like, oh, that dude's fucking crazy. But now I'm an adult and shit, and I'm like, that's the smartest thing to do. Go buy a bunch of land somewhere and fucking just, relax. Oh, fuck. Relax building laws. Shit, dude, I fucking forgot to put it in park. Hopefully you can reach.
Nope, I need you to pull forward. Just
Oh my god, dude, I fucked us up. I can't pull forward.
Yep. And if you come in like this King of England or the King of Yorkshire, and
There you go.
pretend like
I got it.
this land is now property of the Sheriff of Nottingham.
Yeah.
You go Robin Hood. And that's where the Second Amendment comes in. And it's just like, now they want to take that away from us. And it's like, fuck you, fuck gun control, and go fuck yourself. Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay, with some gun control.
Yes.
I was talking about that earlier.
Gun control as well.
Yeah.
There are some, like I was telling Sammy, there are definitely, I know some people that just should not have a gun.
Yeah.
Like, there's probably somebody out there who thinks I shouldn't have a gun either, but this bitch is not moving. Oh, there we go. Come on.
There's people out there that are just mentally retarded and should shouldn't have it, but our Constitution allows, shall not be
Yeah.
infringed.
Can you put me in there? Pick me up, throw me in there. Uppies?
Yeah.
Uppies?
Just because one fucker ruins it for the rest of us doesn't mean we all have to pay for it.
No, and I do agree with that. It's just
We're not a communist group.
Yeah,
we are individuals with freedom of choice.
No, and I do believe in the Constitution. It's just, like I said, man, there are just some people out there that I just don't think, like, they shouldn't even be allowed to drive a car. You know?
Oh, yeah. So do they, but it only applies to them when it applies to them and only them.
Right.
You don't get that opportunity, and those people piss me off. It's like,
instead of curiosity,
you think you have sole divine right to that truth doesn't mean
you're gonna let me in.
Yes. I didn't know if we'd slide back on this hill. I was just trying to make it to the top of this hill. I was gonna let you in.
No, you're good. That's why I was like, I didn't want to be like Grizz and scream. So
I don't know if we've made it this far. I can't remember the last time we played.
Honestly, I know we were getting hemmed up on some fucking water and ice bullshit.
Yeah, I can't remember if that was it or if it's the next thing.
That was water and ice.
Discord.
What now?
Check Discord.
I'm driving, I can't. I will check it in a second.
No, I was telling Tyler.
Oh.
I sent him a DM.
Oh, the goats!
Do not make them deal with
I remember.
Yeah, this is where we had. It's up and around the corner is what we were having a problem with.
Yep. Dude.
I remember now.
Oh my god, we're gonna slide down this motherfucker. Okay.
So the whole way down.
I'm stuck underneath them. Am I dead?
I don't know.
I got crushed by this thing and I died, I think.
Yep, you're dead.
And you just pushed me down the hill.
Shit. Okay. Hold on. I forgot about park.
Holy shit, bro.
Yes, please
Is
put
that
it
you?
in park before continuing.
No, I went
That's a
fucking
goat.
hauling ass down the hill, bro. I'm down here.
Oh, good goer. Good move.
You just hit me. Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
Oh, I see you. F? Why isn't it letting me stab you?
Maybe we don't.
Maybe you were still in the fall animation.
Because of knife control. That's why you can't stab.
Knife control, yes, I would go with that one.
It was so funny to me, man. Anytime they bring up our gun violence, I'm always like, how many stabbings have you guys had this year?
Yeah.
Yep, we'll go back to the biblical times of rock control. We need to, stop the use of rocks.
We cannot have rocks. Okay.
As a side note, did you hear what the UAE did?
How are you alive?
I don't know. I guess I wasn't dead, maybe?
It wouldn't let me stab you.
Weird. Maybe I was just stuck.
Animation wise, yes.
Did you hear what the UAE did?
No.
Hear what?
What the UAE did? It is actually kind of fucking funny. They announced that they're cutting funds for people who want to study in the UK. Because they are labeling the UK as an extremist conversion ground.
Yeah. They basically said, and this is from my friend over in England, or Andrew.
I can't touch this wheel, but
He said specifically that they are no longer classifying the Anglo-Saxon as a historical nationality. They consider it a racist, sexist, homophobic line of thinking, and have banned the history of England, Scotland, and Ireland, which basically means you people are racist. It's like, Right, so all white people are racist, and you basically banned any history of English philosophy teaching, and even practically William Shakespeare is sexist.
I just don't understand. Like, every ethnic group has been oppressed.
Yeah.
Yes.
White, Irish, fucking Korean, Mongolian, like literally everyone has been oppressed. Why is it such a fucking pick-me cool
Because they
thing to
need a
be the
reason to
most
keep us
oppressed?
And, it's the political ideology we were talking about earlier, and it segregates people into little groups so they can feel powerful and strong because they get special privileges.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Yeah, I'm being repressed.
Well, it's exactly what's happening over in the EU right now. It's the life of Brian. The people there are complaining about the Romans. The Romans are what? Anglo-Saxons, and also a part of that affiliation. So now they're basically saying, "I want to be a woman." It's just like, what? They're like, but you're a man. You can't be a woman. It's like, I want to have babies. It's like, so you literally took a joke and now you're applying it to your actual lifestyle and your mental thinking. And then you're also saying, well, it was the Romans that oppressed us. It's like, well, what did the Romans give you? Aqueducts? What else did they? They're still bad. They're still evil. The Romans did terrible things to us. What else did they provide for us? Education. Oh, yeah, education. Oh, well, they're still bad. What else did they give us? Medicare. Aside from Medicare, they're still evil. What else did they give us?
Yeah, toilets, fucking, you know. Yeah, the list can just go on and on. I bring that up to, like, slavery. Slavery, totally bad. Should have never happened. I would hope that if I was alive back then, I would not have been on board with it, and I would have been one of the people trying to help. That's what I can hope. You know, because I do believe with all my being, I should not own another person.
Yes.
But on a side note, like, how is your life in the United States now compared to what it would have been if you grew up in Africa or Jamaica? Like, in Africa, most women would have been castrated or whatever they call it, circumcision, as soon as they're fucking born. Here, we just do that with our baby boys, you know.
There was also a indentured servitude cost as well too. A lot of those people wanted to escape from their cultural tribalism, because when they saw the white man, they were impressed not only by the clothes, the guns, the culture. They're like, well, we want to learn what is the cost. And like, in order to do that, you need to be indentured into my property, which is basically indentured servitude. And then it became the word slavery. But it was initially a transaction of, if you take me and
into slavery, because look at the first slave owner of a black person in the United States. It was another black man who paid for people's voyages to America under the indentured servitude when they paid off their debt and their clause and all this, and they were supposed to be free to go. He's like, nope, you're not going nowhere.
Nope, you're not going anywhere. Yes, and that's where it became slavery, because they started adding on additional fees and taxes and leverage to try to say, no, you'll never be free now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's where we're at right now. It's just feel like we're looking at the same situation where Winston Churchill said, "Can a man literally pull himself out of debt by sheerly filling his boots and taxes and buckets of water?" No, it's impossible. But that's what the state and the legislation is trying to do. They touched on a very valid point, that the people in charge are just adding unnecessary taxes for luxury, for their own personal well-being. That's just like greed is starting to overwhelm everything.
Yeah.
When excess becomes the norm, it's the duty of the citizen, and even the initial founding fathers' belief as Christian Americans to no longer bend the knee to authoritative monarchies and various other groups of people. The practice of no kings is reasonable, but when you're actively supporting the sense of it, just as it being redefined, it doesn't make full sense. In fact, it's blurring the lines of what's rational and truly understanding the circumstance. A plan within a plan is also one of the reasons why we're so out of balance.
Back in the day, dude, when we had problems with each other, we just go out and be like, I want to duel you. Whoever fucking walks away alive, fucking won the argument. Like, just the tiny little shit doesn't fucking matter. And people don't realize that because they get hung up on it.
Yeah. The price is your life, and I mean, it's a valid point. The price is literally your life. But because it's been cheapened and it's being allowed to continue, right now I see it as a hindrance to where people are fully taking advantage, doubling down, and being stupid, and continuously risking saying, oh, there is no debt, I'm not going to get caught, nobody's going to punish me for it. It's like, now you're just leaving a trail of blood, and you're refusing to look behind you at the number of people that are all now basically saying, we hate you, because you're acting exactly like the people that we don't like.
Yeah, I said this to somebody earlier today too, and then I think this should go for this. I would make this a law if I could. So if you are a news reporter or any kind of journalist and you get something wrong, okay, let's say you did a 10-minute expose about something, a bank robbery or whatever, and you even talk about the person you think who did it. If you got it wrong, you should have to spend 10 minutes talking about how you got it wrong.
Yep.
You should have to go back, report everything again, but this time do the facts over and be like, listen, we fucked up, guys. We told you this guy was a fucking pedophile. It turns out it was not him. He is not a pedophile, everyone. Do not ruin his fucking life. Do not go try to fucking hunt him down. We were completely fucking wrong. They should have to do that shit.
Yeah.
Yep, and what really bypassed it was Executive Order 13721.
Game Playboy 2222
under the
said
Developing
game
a New Integrated
PL39 love
Global
game PL39
Engagement
love.
Center.
Come on, baby.
Basically made it legal for people to share information at will, regardless of the information being put out, not being labeled as a liability, but as a freedom of speech method.
I'm okay with people saying whatever they want or whatever. Even if it's misinformation, like if you believed it at the time, you know, you're telling us what you believed at the time. But whenever you find out that you're wrong, which is hard for anyone to say they're wrong because their political views, that is their identity. And whenever you tell them that they're wrong, you are saying that their identity is fucking wrong and they can't handle that. That's why they shut down conversations. I was telling that to Sammy earlier. You know, they're not taking it as me learning. It's you are attacking me as a person because this is all I have situation.
Yep. Well, it became a family occurrence after every Christmas that my aunt loved screaming, and it was obviously a joke, but it evolved into something more. She would immediately, if she was losing the game, she'd play the dealer and she'd yell, "New rule!" And when she did that, she would take the lead and take advantage of the situation. And a lot of us stopped wanting to play cards against her because she would develop this new rule as a means of distorting the system. And it's just like, you know, I'm starting to see that right now in daily politics too. I'm not liking this at all. Like, I want to stay far away from this whole new rule you invented it. It's like, now I'm going to have to pay for a licensing tax because this is my favorite fishing spot. And just because I gave you a fish doesn't mean you get to tax me on my own desire to give you a fish. It's just like, don't take my fishing hole. Don't take my fishing hole.
I feel
and stop having
weird.
me pay for fucking licensing for it.
We should
I have
pay
a weird.
license to be able to hunt.
Okay, so I was just about to say, I think this is the one spot where I am internally a hypocrite. Okay? Because I think the same thing out loud. I shouldn't have to fucking pay the government $12 for me to go shoot a fucking squirrel during squirrel season or whatever.
Dude,
you know what I
it's
mean?
so much more than that now. Like, if it was like something like $12, I wouldn't even be a problem. But we're talking hundreds of dollars now.
I don't know what it is for you guys. Yeah.
Like, it's like $300-400 something bucks for us, for the state we live in.
So in the state I live in,
license.
I can get a small games license. Oh shit, did my game? Okay, there it goes. I can get a small games license and a fishing license for the year for $24.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Oregon is about 50, 60, depending on the type of tag and whatnot, and endorsement.
That's
Because
just for
things like
small
salmon,
game though.
steelhead,
That's like
whatnot,
squirrels. What else is it? Squirrels, rabbits, something else.
Yep.
Yeah,
The marketing ploy,
probably.
irony, has been give us $12 and we'll hire a park ranger with a broomstick and we'll clean up the mess for you.
Yeah.
And it's like, what mess?
Well,
I didn't make
that's why we paid for that shit. Because our park rangers did take care of our forests and stuff like that.
For $12 more, we'll hire another person to help manage the park ranger, and we'll give you the right to go visit the park under a means of convenience. And it's like, wait a minute, now I'm paying $24. This is a ripoff. It's like, you know what, give me the money back. I'll do it my fucking self.
I think we should have to pay. I think we should have to pay for a license. I think maybe the system might need to change a little bit, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
But
I just want to do it on my own at this point.
You know what I
nobody,
think? You know what I think?
The wildlife belongs to everyone. It doesn't belong to one group of people. And I understand I can't kill 10 deers to feed my family for the whole season, because if everybody did that, we would have no deer, you know?
Yeah. And that's where I'm in, me personally, I'm in favor of licensing, because having grown up my entire life hunting, fishing, things like that, the majority of that money goes to conservation, goes to habitat building, goes to this, goes to that. You know, and
we
it also
have an
helps
outbreak of a disease on an animal, they'll help us deal with it. You know what I mean? Like, we wouldn't know, hey, don't eat this fucking deer if you see this, if they weren't out there doing the fucking research. We'd go out there, shoot the deer, be like, oh, it's got a lump. We're skinning it anyway. We'll just leave the lump there. And it turns out that everybody you fed that to is going to die now. You know?
Yeah.
But we definitely need that.
A long time ago, like 5-10 years ago, I forget, but he was watching a video. No, it was like 10 years ago. But he was watching a video from one of his hunting YouTuber people that he watches, and it was him out with ass tons of people out in the desert, fucking building up watering holes, you know, acclimation pods, things like that, to be able to make sure that the animals out there have access to water. And you know what? Every single one of those people were hunters, not fucking bunny hugger, tree hugging motherfucking dumbass, you know, all lives matter type fucking people. Not a single one of the people out there were those types of people. They were all hunters, going out there, spending their time, their money, their life to build up places that these animals have access to water. It wasn't because they want to be able to kill them. They want to make sure that these animals are taken care of, that they have access to the resources that they need to survive and thrive.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you don't live in the state, I feel like you should have to pay for a license, because we can still have a tagging system. You know, but I think after let's say 5 years of living in the state that, like 5 years of living in the state that you're in, right? You should qualify
where
to
you're
be able
going
to
with
hunt in
that.
that state for free.
I see where you're going
but
with
you
that.
still have to follow a tagging portion because you're paying your state's taxes anyway, so it should come
Yeah.
out of the taxes.
So residents could hunt for free. Out of towners have to pay a permitting fee or whatever, and maybe we could make that a little higher to offset residential hunters not paying.
Well, and here's the thing, though. We still need to
that's
keep
the
things
thing,
like
you can
tags.
just take it out of your taxes.
Yeah.
or something,
And
because,
like,
hey,
I'm with
and
you with the
I'm
tag.
doing much anyway, so they embezzle too much.
We do need to keep our tags, which is essentially your license anyway.
But
Because
that's
things
what I'm
like
saying, you have a
salmon
tagging
in Oregon,
system.
Washington, that you get a tag for salmon, which allows you to harvest X amount per day for the year.
We could
Up to
still
an actual
have a tagging system or a permit that was free for residents.
Yeah.
You know, where
Yeah,
it was
like
linked
after
to
you
your
live in it for, like,
ID.
5 years or
So
whatever.
Sammy lives in fucking Washington. Sammy is allowed to have 10 salmon just like I am if I go there and pay. Sammy doesn't live in Washington, for whoever's watching. This is just hypothetical. But you know, he gets to go fish and get his 10 salmon for free. If the game warden comes up, he still has the same permit as somebody who had to pay. You know, let's say he still had to go to Walmart, prove he was a resident, get his permit for free, or however you have to do it in your state. In my state, I can go to Walmart and get a permit to hunt, you know. So
So it has to be a balanced checks and balances way. You
that's
need to
what
make
I'm
sure
saying.
that
It
if
could be
if
the same.
You are agreeing to the
If you're a resident,
$12 deal, it's like I'll give you $6 of the dollars. You do certain parts of this, but I still take
Well, shit, dude,
responsibility.
and I don't even
and
mind being as a
my own
resident doing a one-time pay.
You
And
use
then
that
it's
$6
like, okay,
to
cool.
cover
Okay.
all of the details, like the licensing and the basic essentials, to try to get
I
other
feel like
people
the
to
one-time
buy.
pay might be a turn-off because you know they're going to make it
Yeah, I mean, that's
as much as let's say on average, or you wanted a lifetime fishing license. You know, for us that's $12 a year. They would probably charge you $12 a year for 65 years, or something stupid like 80. You know, so that way you're paying it anyway. But there are problems because there are certain, like, if you get in trouble for taking too many of a certain species of fish, like you could lose your right to fish, or your privilege to fish, I guess is what I should say. Because if it can be taken
This is
away, it's a
what-
privilege.
This is agreeing to half of the terms. That way, not only are you taking responsibility, you're also forcing them to take responsibility as well too. And
Yeah.
it's a mutual meet halfway situation. Because
Sammy, are you dead?
You will manage our
Yeah, I've been dead for a while.
situation,
Dude,
our property, our rights.
That goat killed me
You
down the
can
bottom of
manage
the hill.
half of what we
Damn,
have,
dude, you should have said.
but you
I've been
still
out
have
here
to
finger
do
fucking trying to get this shit to work, and I was
know,
like,
I did say I was dead, but you were talking, so I was chilling, bro.
dude, the
so.
fucking the
You're good.
doobies are talking for me tonight. Shit, did you
Yeah,
fall
but-
down the hill
But
again?
if we don't strike,
No,
if we
the
don't
goat
strike
killed
hard,
me. I was trying to get it away from the fucking RV.
Okay, so where's your
Can we allow
It
that?
up down to the right,
take
right down the hill
full
there.
control of the situation, we'll no longer be able to have the rights to maintain our own properties or our own amenities. Someone else will do it for us, and then freedom goes completely out the window, which is starting to transpire as a part of our situation.
Whenever I heard somebody explain to me what Mom Downey or whatever was trying to do in New York, I was like, so eventually New York's just going to own all the properties.
Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, just New York City though. He's
Yeah,
not even a
just-
fucking state mayor. He's
I
just a
know.
city mayor.
I know. If he did implement something like that, like literally nobody would own anything there. Because if they, let's say they fined you for something and then you couldn't fucking pay for it, now the city's just going to take your fucking property from you without paying you shit because they said they rendered services that, you know. Another thing that fucking pisses me off, the city, Congress, everything, they should not be able to enforce a law that they don't have to fucking follow themselves. Have you, like, whenever the city cites you for you having your grass too high because you didn't mow it, I know it doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen to people.
Yeah.
Then you can drive around town and see that there are Greene County owned properties or Tulsa owned properties that have grass that is fucking 10 feet tall, nobody cutting it. You know, if you can't handle your grass, the city, if you can't handle your grass, don't fucking worry about my grass. You know?
Exactly.
They should not be able to pass a law that they themselves do not have to follow. You know, if they ban guns for all Americans, that means your Secret Service or whoever's with you is not allowed to have a fucking gun either. Because I'll be damned if you take my guns, but you still get to keep yours in the fucking government. That's the whole reason we have a fucking Second Amendment. You can suck my whole fucking ass cheek. Whenever police officers are not in charge.
In New York.
Oh no. Whenever police officers aren't in charge of your fucking safety anymore, you know, it's not like fucking goddamn Huckleberry or whatever, that fucking show. You guys know what show I'm talking about.
Yeah, Huckleberry Finn.
No. Huckleberry, I think, was the town. It was the sheriff and fucking the goofy ass fucking deputy. It was in black and white. I can't fucking remember the name of it. He was like a sheriff, and the whole fucking show was about him and his town. You know, back then, the sheriff was there to protect you as a resident, as a citizen.
Constitutional rights.
Yeah.
Especially for
but now the way the inner city police force now gives the officer the right to arrest you and proclaim
immunity.
Immunity. Yes, which gives them the authority to basically go around and start arresting willy-nilly. And the Constitution prevents the officer from claiming constitutional immunity based on the right of being a privileged authority figure to make the rational decision for you.
So I used to be in the camp.
I
used to be in the camp where cops and people in power should have to face a higher sentence or a higher scrutiny than a civilian. And as I've gotten older, I think it should be the same. You know,
they just want to solve all of their problems. I mean, they can just go around and do a whole bunch of terrible shit. You know,
right. But if it's self-defense for me, it should be self-defense for a cop. Cops should not have any special privilege when it comes to self-defense. They shouldn't have any special privileges when it comes to violating somebody's rights. And if, holy shit, is that a fucking leopard? Oh God. They should not have immunity for a lot of fucking things. You know, if you fucking raid a house, this fucking one makes me sad. Remember when those cops raided that supposed drug house and they threw that fucking flashbang into that baby's fucking crib, and that baby was fucked up and ruined? You know what I mean? The baby was still alive, thank God. But that baby's life's ruined as an adult or whatever, you know, and they should be paying for that for the rest of their fucking lives. They shouldn't get to be police officers after that. You guys should have did your fucking due diligence. You should be sued. That if if your job is to go in and get the bad guys, your job is to go in and get the bad guys. Any civilian you hurt in the process of that, that's on you. That's not. So you were chasing a guy. You're flooring it down the fucking highway, trying to catch up to another dude who's fucking flooring it down the highway. So now we have two unsafe drivers. And then you, as a cop, if you wreck into anyone while you're doing that, that's you. You did that. The city should not be paying for your fucking mistakes. You should be, every violation of the Constitution that you did should come out of your fucking pension for the rest of your fucking life. You shouldn't get shit. You don't get to resign and keep getting your fucking money either. If you get fired,
I'll be honest with you,
you don't get a
hired
fucking
by another
pension.
police department later.
Exactly.
I'll be honest with you though, is that
Brady violations and 4th, 5th, and 14th Amendment violations.
It's crazy that a cop could lie his whole fucking career and be fine, but the first time somebody catches him lying on the fucking stand, his career's over. He could go out and fucking shoot somebody.
I'll be honest with you though, at least in my opinion, based off of what you were saying, at least initially, it's a very slippery slope because what you're talking about is collateral damage.
Yeah.
And whether it's policing, whether it's military, whether it's a militia, there is going to be collateral damage. Because if you do that for police, who's to say that this B-52 bomber that was given orders to go bomb a fucking Osama bin Laden's compound, yeah, he's going after the bad guy and blowing up the bad guy, but we didn't know at the time, or we knew, but collateral.
Yeah.
And we didn't kill him. That there was 52 fucking wives in there.
I understand
now
that.
All those wives are dead.
Which is why they need
very
qualified immunity.
Slippery slope.
Okay, so
it's very slippery.
I know they need qualified immunity for some things. I know that's true because there's just parts of their job where they have to be able to do their job without being risk of being prosecuted themselves or whatever. I totally get that. I think they have too much of it and they're not worried about anything. Because like I was saying, they could literally get fired because of a bad shoot or whatever. And then they'll just, God damn it, they'll just fucking resign and keep their pension because they've been a cop for so long. Or they'll just go to another fucking department. And
with a Brady violation, they won't be able to do any of that. But they can also be charged with a Brady violation.
A Brady violation's literally just lying under oath. You have made yourself to where the prosecutor cannot take your word for
it. We don't
it.
enforce this shit anymore. That's the problem. Our
Not
courts don't
Brady stuff. Brady stuff they do.
Well, constitutional shit either.
Right,
False
right.
police report, all this kind of shit. Like they don't enforce that shit anymore. It's just the equivalent of like jaywalking.
I do understand they do need qualified immunity, but I just think they have too much of it that they're just unfazed by anything anybody does. And if you see a cop,
shouldn't have it.
If you're a cop and you see your partner or a fellow cop do something illegal or wrong, right then and there you should have to say something, or you get in trouble too. I just feel like that. We shouldn't have this buddy shit. Yes, me and you have to put our lives on the line for each other. I have your back in almost every situation as long as you're right. You know what I mean? If I saw you fucking planting drugs on another person and I just let that fucking slide, or I saw you starting to beat the shit out of somebody that should not have been beat the shit out of, and if I don't say anything about that and it comes out later, you should be fired too. Because if you're willing to watch somebody do that, your brotherhood is not to the law, it's to the gang member beside you at that point.
Yeah.
I'm dead, Sammy. I don't even know if you can get me.
There's two goats over here. This is where you probably died.
Yes, because there was stakes over here. I was trying to get them so we could, Okay, you see those trees over there? Oh, you're about to die too. Yep. Nice! Okay, yeah, straight that way. Those trees to your right, and yeah, right in front of you. That's where I died, is over there. There are some Pentons over there I was trying to grab so we can get our fucking ass out, and then we got another lake to cross.
Yeah, I see that too.
But first you had to knock out Billy the goat.
Yeah, so I went straight down. That's the goat that killed me. Oh, I'm even kind of under the ground. I don't even know if you'll be able to see me.
Yeah, you're under the ground, all right.
I see your name, but your body is
willing.
It's the all
Not
dressed
there.
ones.
That's
But
not bad.
salt and vinegar and something else.
Yeah, it's not bad. Maybe my body... Oh, there I am.
60.
Yeah, some of these things are nuanced, and it would take some trial and error to get the precise.
Yeah.
You know, I know the system that we have now it just feels broken. So any change, where did the Pentons go? I was looking at. Damn it.
Over here. That's why we need. That's why my mentality goes down to like the Roman understanding. Of, oh, we just need to burn it down.
Oh no. Oh yeah.
Like a Kool-Aid man. Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm out of nails.
Damn goat, bro.
Okay, what about this goat? Nope. That. Yeah. Oh shit! It didn't hurt him. No. No. F. Fucker. Yeah.
Fuck these goats, dude.
No shit.
Gotta be a way to combat this bullshit.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Dude, you... we might have to play a different game, Sammy.
You're fine.
Dude, I'm fucking dead again. Dude, this one is so much harder than the first one.
Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Meh. Dude, that fucking goat was pissing me off.
Right?
All right, I'm gonna go get a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. That's funny.
Against you. I went to the finals.
Malik6314 asks you have a full lobby?
Do I have a full lobby? I do not.
Did you get any further in Subnautica today?
I want to say I couldn't get it to work, so I played Subnautica 0.
Okay.
Malik6314 said mind if I join after it downloads.
Yeah, that's fine, man. Go ahead.
Malik6314 said updates.
Yep, you're good, man. Yeah, but that's why I say I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, because a lot of my views are not either one.
Exactly.
You're on the right path.
You know.
Trust me on that one. You really are on the right path.
Plus, I feel like regardless of what side of the team you're on, you should be able to acknowledge when the other side does a good job. You know, it's not a fucking football team where anytime the other team gets a touchdown or whatever, it's they cheated or the favoritism or whatever.
Yeah, there's a catch-22 with it. Ultimately, it's a part of the illusion.
Yeah. The fact that, like, I know so many potheads that would have, like, sucked dicks back in the day for marijuana to be rescheduled. You know, regardless of who did it, they would have been like, oh, this is the best thing in the world. You know, and Trump rescheduled it. He got no praise for that. You know what I mean?
It shouldn't even be scheduled in the first place. Like, why do we need to have laws to tell the people what they can and can't do with their own lives? If they want to kill themselves, it's sad, but that's their fucking choice. You know, and that's why we have a Second Amendment, so that way they don't kill other people.
I feel like if the drug has a place, it should be illegal. You know, like, but that could, I mean, even cocaine has its place, you know.
It's a plant. You can grow it. It's literally medicinal for a reason.
Methamphetamine has its place, you know. Just because you changed a little bit of it, it's still fucking meth that we're giving to our kids, so it has a medical purpose.
What they did is they made it illegal so they could market it and make money off of it. Because they didn't want every American to have it like it was like
at the same time. I 100% do not think meth should be legal. You know, I think things the equivalent of coffee, like not cocaine. Cocaine shouldn't be legal, but the coca plant should be legal. If you're just gonna fucking make some tea or chew on it, that should be okay.
Yeah,
but I'm not saying you should be able to go out and make 20 pounds of cocaine. Same thing with heroin. You know, it has its fucking place too, but I don't think it should be legal. But like weed, that should be legal.
If you can grow it, it should be legal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Technically, you can grow opium. That's the only reason why I'm like,
yeah.
That's the only reason why I'm like, well, yes. I just know that shit so addicting. I've seen so many people.
Opium is fucking harder than, you know, growing like marijuana or mushrooms.
Not really.
No, it's actually easier.
In fucking Iraq and Afghanistan.
Yeah, it's actually easier to make opium.
It down into what
Dude, it's not shit but heat. They're literally just heating it up right out of the fucking plant and getting ripped.
Yep.
I watched a whole fucking like documentary on it because in like, what is it?
Game Playboy
the place with the windmills.
2222 said game PL39 love
Dutch,
game PL39
Dutch, or some Holland, someplace like that.
love.
They grow shit tons of fucking poppies, and they literally have these opium addicts that come through their fucking poppy fields and cut open the flowers before they bloom and drain all the fucking shit they need, and then they'll go cook it in the fucking alley and get high, dude. It's fucking crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that's the only reason why I think it needs to be a little bit more restrictive than if it grows. And that was the only thing that came to mind was poppies. That's it. Mushrooms.
As I said,
I've never met
look
anybody.
At all the fucking poppy fields that we kept soldiers and CIA to protect in OEF and OIF.
Yeah.
Iraq and Afghanistan. Look at all the poppy fields.
Oh, I know.
Like, I've never met anybody addicted to mushrooms. Sure, he wanted to do mushrooms. You know what I mean? But I've never seen anybody, like, actively withdraw, I guess, from mushrooms. But, like,
that dude was fucked up.
Okay. Maybe there are some extreme cases. But, like, the same thing with peyote. I've never... Maybe you get addicted to, like, microdosing peyote, but I've never seen somebody, like, actively get fucked up on peyote every day and have to do it, you know?
That would be fucking hilarious, though.
It would kind of be hilarious. Is this you, Malik?
Dude had to have mushrooms, and whatever he would take it, we would go up to the fucking Safeway, and fucking he would have to buy avocados. He had to have avocados when he was high on mushrooms.
That's crazy.
And that shit was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that's funny.
It was back when I was like a freshman or
Malik
a freshman or a
6314
sophomore in
said
high school,
yes.
and I was skipping school.
I'm a little ripped, Malik, and I'm in podcast mode, so I don't know how well I'm going to be doing this.
He's in these are my opinions, deal with it mode.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even that, like, my opinion, I am more than willing to change my opinion. If I
100%.
You know, if I find out that I'm
Malik
wrong.
6314 said I might be a bit rusty.
You have to do a speech on why you were wrong.
Yeah, and then I will make a fucking speech about how, hey, I was fucking wrong, guys. You know?
I also think we should have a better way to monitor our tax system so we as Americans can get daily updates and understand where the money's actually going.
Yeah, I think that would be nice if we could have a little bit more transparency.
Accountability, they say?
Yeah. Well, accountability, I think, is the wrong word. I think that's triggering too many people. Nobody wants to be accountable for fraud. But, you know, if there is fraud, look at that Nick Shirley dude who just, sure, the way he did the journalism, he made it seem as if it was a fact, which it could be. It also could not be. We are not 100% sure, but from the information that he has and the Leering Center sign, it makes you think, you know, there's some fucking fraud happening here. And it should be okay to investigate that fraud, and it shouldn't be considered racist, regardless of what it is.
We need more transparency.
Yeah. It's okay if they had one of the autistic kids that were there at school fucking create the sign and they just didn't.
Yeah, say that. Say it out loud.
But we know that's not true. We know they don't know how to spell because there's fucking fraud there.
Yeah.
And they're all
definitely, like, and the fact that they said that place had been investigated several times, and nobody saw a Leering Center.
Did you watch the interview? They literally, during the speeches of them defending themselves in front of Congress or whatever board they were speaking in front of, they literally admitted to fraud like 3 different times. They're like, the fraud that was going on there wasn't, and then they would stop and then like freak out because they just.
I don't know if I've seen that, but it's just fucking hilarious.
Trying to communicate. Oh yeah,
I think I do. You know what you're talking about? She was reading a predetermined, like somebody wrote a script, and she read the word fraud and freaked the fuck out and made it look like there's fraud. You know, I think she admitted to fraud. She was reading something and said the word fraud, and she got all freaked out and shit, and it made it look like it was fraud, like 100%. You know. Nobody would look at that and be like, "Oh, you're innocent," you know.
Yeah.
It's like when you're drunk and trying to play sober.
Yeah.
It's fucking hilarious.
I'm cool.
Yep, cover's blown. Goodbye. You're in trouble.
Got my shit
Those are
rocked.
following.
But yeah, people were attacking him instead of debunking the fraud. Like even CNN, they tried to call like 16 different places or whatever and got a hold of one. And they were basically like, hey, is there fraud going on? And they were like, no. And they were like, cool. We were just checking. Like, what the fuck?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Just checking.
we got him.
We got him. You know, that made it feel like even worse. You know, like regardless if it was true or not, at that point, it felt really true in that people knew about it.
It's cool that I'm gay, but it's not cool that you're gay.
Are you here, Queen, or was that a voice thingy?
That was a soundboard.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't talked to her today. I thought she just came in and said that. I was like, cool.
Now she's playing Far Cry 3 right now.
Yeah.
Stupid bitches.
Yep.
No, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, like, even if the fraud isn't real, everything sure makes it feel like it is at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah, I have a feeling that there is fraud.
There is supporting evidence. I can
Because
show you a quick tidbit
there
today.
was a
just
video
like,
of
why-
like it looked like a father and son going around doing like trying to investigate and shit, and you know, showing that there were literally no kids at any of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, the argument is that it's Christmas, it was Christmas vacation, and that could be true. I'm not sure. You know, I'm just saying, to me it does feel like there is some fraud somewhere, just by the way everybody's acting. Because you don't attack the journalist, you attack the story. If you truly don't think there's fraud going on, you attack the story, you don't attack the journalist. You say how the journalist got it wrong.
Videos of people going to those places trying to enroll their kids, and they're just like,
Oh yeah, and they say no immediately.
no.
Which makes it look even worse, you know?
Yep.
Yep. Now, I got a 6-minute video compilation for you, Wilbur, but this is basically explaining the situation through actual testimony of what's going on, and these people admitted to it, so it's like, this is gonna go down really fucking down quick.
Yeah.
Because
I would still, even though I'd watch that, or, you know, whatever, I would still wait to find out what happens in, like, the court system, you know?
Yeah.
I will form an
the other
opinion
catch
and
is-
say, I think this is true, but it still might not be. You know what I mean? Like, I try not to
Well,
be
the
a
question
hypocrite.
is, how do we know if any of the judges aren't paid off from the money or not?
That's true, but at the point, like, you're just gonna have to hope, you know? That's all you can do, you know?
Well,
What if-
Sammy's, you and I both working in law enforcement know that a lot of that stuff is hush hush.
I was a criminal. I didn't know what to do. When I was younger, I was kind of a criminal, you know? It's
No, everyone
you
is.
just have to trust that the system is going to do what it's going to do, because you can't do anything about it. Do innocent people get locked up all the time? Yep. Do people get paid off? Certainly. But there's no other way around it, you know?
Well, there is. But
You have to take the
difficulty
Benjamin
is-
Franklin, you know, I would rather let, 100 guilty men go than have one innocent man hang.
Yeah. And that's been turned around to say the other thing, you know, I'd rather arrest 10 innocent men than let one guilty one go free. I've heard it both ways. And
Yeah,
I
we
mean-
need to stick to the morals of the, of you know, everybody with the benefit of the doubt is innocent until proven.
And it
Without
feels like a
shadow of
lot of
doubt,
that,
they're guilty.
a lot of that, it feels like is gone. You know, and a lot of that's that Trump derangement shit. You know, they have to be able to make it to where somebody, you know, it. Damn, it's hard to say. It's hard to describe it.
Wilder, I will put it into proper words for you. And you are 100% correct on that assessment. The moment Trump stepped into office to basically...
You have to be guilty, and, you know, no matter what, you're guilty. It doesn't matter if you're innocent.
Well, see, that's the thing too. Is even if you aren't proven guilty, it's on your record, and therefore, anytime some law enforcement officer reads it or whatever, now you're treated guilty, or you can't get a loan.
Yeah.
Or you know, you go to get a firearm and they deny you because it said felony, even though that's not what it was, and you were proven innocent, but they were charging you with a felony, and so it says felony, and they get scared. I mean, like that shouldn't even be on your record.
Yeah, and given the fact that he was charged for the certain things that he was, we're talking tens of millions of dollars, we're talking multiple testimonies, we're talking egregious stuff that was going on. You know, yes, he is guilty. He's guilty of basically whatever tax evasion. Okay, you dug to the very depths.
I can understand saying the guy's guilty. I'm just saying I wouldn't condemn every child care. Maybe I wasn't making myself clear whenever I said that. I'm saying, like, I wouldn't condemn every child care place as a fraudulent child care place. You know, the ones that we can prove are fraudulent are the ones that that's what I was trying to say. I might have said it the wrong way, but that's how I feel.
I
like,
didn't misinterpret.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, I didn't misinterpret it. I was just confirming with you while also saying, because I'm middle ground too. I just like questioning both sides of the aisle.
Oh, yeah.
But what really was the turning point for me, and this was a big one, this was the ultimate factor in it. Everyone who's worked as an E2, as a military officer, as a Secret Service agent that worked for Hillary Rodham Clinton and that administration, and including my uncle, who was a CIA official, Merlin Weisenflue, who was on board the USS Missouri when the Japanese surrendered. He practically said as a CIA agent, the Clinton is a fucking mafia family, and their hands run deep into global situational stuff. My best friend, who's called Robert II, who also worked for the George W. Bush Secret Service group, was on the same yacht as Al Gore, and they were shaking hands talking about global warming and how they can profit off of their business venture together. So Robert II got to sit there right next to George W. Bush and Al Gore shaking hands, you know, and South Park's literally making a joke saying, we're all friends, and we all sit together at the same table. It's like, they're not wrong. That's the truth.
Yeah.
The concern that even Merlin and my friend Robert II uncovered from their experience not only relates and is resound in the same aspect. I just want to buy a house in the middle of nowhere, be self-sufficient, and put my finger up if any government agency comes in and tells me, by decree of the Lord of Nottingham, we wish to own your property and take all goods.
Yeah.
I expect them to roll out a cannon and say, go fuck yourself. This is private property. Come back with a warrant if you intend to.
That's why I hate property tax too, is because that's the only part of that dream that you can't get away from. Like, yeah, you can go out in the middle of nowhere. You could build your own house. You could run solar panels, fucking have a septic. But every year the government's going to be like, if you don't pay us, we'll just take this property away from you. And it's like, I already bought it.
So I was big on pro wrestling, and I loved Vince McMahon, and I loved pro wrestling because it's all acting. It's all professional, you know, facade. And Donald Trump went in, with his friend Vince McMahon, and he pretended to be this big honcho man, and he portrayed himself as this big badass businessman. And at the end of the day, him and Vince McMahon are shaking hands. They're having a good time. But when that stage was perfectly set up between Hillary Rodham Clinton and Donald Trump, and he said the following: "You and your friends and all of us do the same thing on our taxes constantly. And what you're describing right now is you're extorting everyone." And he said the following: "You should be in jail." Not only was that a flex moment, Trump was teasing her. She took it to the full extent of offense. This man wants to undo me. So she created the Steele dossier, and I have had friends in the agency saying this is bullshit. Even Roger Stone, who worked for Steve Brennan, said this is bullshit. Mayor Giuliani, this is bullshit. All of this stuff is relative because it's now starting to slowly come out as this was just a giant facade. This was a giant thing of theatrics, and they are fucking us over. So
yeah, there's tons of pictures of Trump and Bill Clinton hanging out back in the day, and they're all a part of the same. They're all a part of the same group.
But the biggest difference of all, they tried to kill him, and they went after his family. So the two things you never do. This is why it's so critical in this junction to understand that this isn't just about a fight to determine who's in charge of America. This is the fight to save it. And I really believe it when, even if there are uncertainties and unquestions, like the moment you go after a man's family, that
there's nothing I wouldn't do, you know.
Yeah. You even understand that as a father. I would understand that as a man who lives with a father, because I agree with Tyler's statement. If I get in his way, it's war. It's just like I would expect Tyler to tear me a new one. And I
it's
respect
like, you know, I only have one kid, so for me, if she goes, what do I fucking got?
Nothing.
Nothing at that point. And a man that has nothing to lose is dangerous.
So dangerous.
Absolutely. Yep.
Or even a man or a woman protecting their family, like there's not anything I know my wife would do. My wife hates guns and shit, but she knows how to use them. If she had to, she would do everything it took, just like I would, to make sure the kids are safe.
Yep. Yeah. And out of mutual respect, as a man who's also undergone what President Trump has gone through, I see that same ethic and that same honor-bound code. It's like, I'll work with people, I'll shake hands, I'll try to be the peacemaker, but if you're trying to go after me or my family or my friends, it's on like Donkey Kong. And that's what I've seen. And people are terrified of it, and they should be, because they just mess with the fucking bear. And that's just something, a battle you never win, especially when he's got one mission, and that's to make sure that he's protecting his own family and people in the process. You picked the wrong fight. He may be 70 years old, and certain things have been stacked against him, but he still keeps coming, and he's a real juggernaut. And I look forward to seeing where this goes.
Well, here's to hoping that it fucking actually goes anywhere.
Yeah, me too. I know.
You know, because with him taking the money from, I forget her fucking name, but Widelson chick or Idelson, whatever the fucking name is.
Yeah.
The $250 million, and then getting this understanding that he can run for a third term, which, you know, me understanding history the way it is, that law of only 2 terms for president is fairly recent, within the last 80 to
I want to say
years.
it was like FDR, maybe.
It was FDR.
He got to do
right
3
right before he passed away.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you know, there's speculation on why he did it, but most people think that, you know, after him getting the 3rd and, you know, possibly 4th term that he was going for, that, you know, he saw the corruption and the problems with it all, and that's why he put the term limit there.
Yep. There's a sufficient enough evidence as well too, with the testimonies that have been given and are now going under another investigation again to reconfirm everything, that there was definitely fraud, because I'm just looking at that graph, just be like, there is no way that you can spike 100% of votes, because every graph shows it as a hill point, and the fact that it goes straight up 100% over 140,000 absentee ballot votes for Joe Biden, it makes that graph a clear F in that circumstance. And I'm looking at that, that's statistically impossible.
Think about it. We're doing so horrible, yet we have all this tax money going over to all these other countries. If you add up all the money that went to Ukraine and shit for no fucking reason, you could have given every American, every brand new child that's born, every single American $1 million.
Yes.
And still have a metric half ton left over to rebuild all the roads. Well, we only have like...
It'd be a decent amount. I don't know if it's $1 million. That's what I'm saying. Like, you would be able to give money to the people, but I don't know if it would be $1 million a piece, because there's like, I think we have like 7.5 million people.
Yeah, and they were sending billions.
Billions.
Well,
but 100 million is $1 billion. You know, I'm agreeing to you that it is a lot. I'm just saying I didn't think it was a.
5 trillion worth, 10 trillion worth.
Yeah, trillions. That might get to each one getting $1 billion.
That's what it did, dude. It was like ended up being like $4 to $6 trillion or whatever it was total.
I don't know enough about that one.
People. Yeah.
Well, I'm just giving you a hypothetical figure, because and I know it's not an accurate figure, but this is just an estimate.
Yeah, okay, I understand that.
Yeah. Power for the last 15 years. Governor Tim Walz has been in power for the last 15 years. If we're talking about annually, and this is the estimated figure, if Somali pirates and the TSA have been monitoring bags of luggage moving out to the Netherlands, to Dubai, to Somalia, and it's been a total of $320 million yearly for the last 15 years. That's 1.5 times $320 million at a yearly basis. To include the fact that this is just one city, one state, in filing.
That's why I said that we know of. All these states have corruption. Even here in Washington State, the government fucking increased its taxes and everything and let slip that it's because Inslee got us into some extra shit we had to pay, and it was leaning towards like it was mafioso people that they fucking made a deal with and fucked up. And so they're taxing. And Washington's kind of in a chaotic state right now because they're trying to impose like road taxes and extra fuck and filing fees for cars. And
what they're doing is they're performing a business practice of buying votes by allowing immigrants into the country, selling them to companies for a cheaper rate to do work for a cheaper price, to also give votes so that they can keep their officials in power and also backpenny each other and provide money into the table and give themselves not only power and authority, but guaranteed election results as part of that. So they're committing fraud on a massive scale. And this is just one city. We find that on every city scale. In all the cities of all 50 states, what are we looking at as a tax deficit? We're looking at maybe half of the United States debt being potentially fraud.
All I know is from when Bush got in to now, we've gone up about $10 trillion or so, $15 trillion.
Correct. And since Robert II and
we, as the American people, haven't
also worked for the CIA. Yes, and I am thinking the exact same thing you are saying.
So where's it all going, Wilbur? That's the question. And if you take all that money back, you theoretically could give every American $1 million. Because they're getting into the trillion point where it's...
Yeah, I can see that, you know, once... If we're talking everything all together, states, Democrats and Republicans, yeah, there could be, yeah.
Last little bit, it's going back, right? Because once you start digging in and following the money, It's going to take a couple years to go back 15 plus years to see where it ends.
It makes Julian Assange's statement. If they knew what we were doing right now, they would have hanged us all, or at least 95% of us all. And Julian Assange initiated and said, like, at least 95% of your active government needs to be hung. That's like, ooh, that's a bad number.
Well, see, and like, I don't mind bringing back a little bit of the public execution style, or tarring and feathering, just so that way we can draw a line with our politicians to let them know, like, hey, you work for us.
Sin for politicians would actually do worse than them going to prison.
Yep.
They're so, like, look at Gavin Newsom. That dude, if he had to be humiliated live on TV for a whole year, that would ruin his fucking life. What
I'm saying, that's why you bring him into the town square and tar and feather his ass. Make him run around like a chicken for a while, like they used to do back in the day, and guess what? Okay, you can move on now. You're not sentenced to death. You didn't, we didn't find any evidence of you diddling kids or killing people.
Yeah.
Or doing all that kind of shit. So now you're humiliated. Everyone's seen it because the public media is the town hall. We all approve now. Have a good day. And that's what Americans want. We want to see justice. We don't care what form it comes in.
Yeah, I don't care who it is. That's the other thing. It's like, if it's Trump, cool, I want him fucking gone. If it's a Democrat, I want him fucking gone. If they're black, white, brown, Asian, Puerto Rican, don't give a fuck. If they're not looking for the American people's best interests at heart, I want them fucking gone. They shouldn't be there.
Yep. Yeah. And that's something that all Americans, I think, can unify on right there.
It feels, this is one of those things where it's like, that feels like common sense, and a lot of people don't have that. I feel like if we took a poll, like if we got CNN, Fox News, and everybody to take a poll on that fucking question, I bet it's not going to be 100%.
No.
Mm-hmm. It won't be.
And that's what's so fucking scary.
Very valid point. Why I don't support the current cry for gun control is because the moment we lose our guns, we're becoming exactly like the UK. And over in the UK right now,
Malik
Andrew
6314 said
Alsop,
we should try
a friend of mine
SMLs.
that's actually in Europe right now, he said it practical as an English professor and also as a constitutionalist. They are actively trying to destroy the Magna Carta, which was the initial foundation blueprint for the U.S. Constitution, sent by George Washington, the original American Christian. He wasn't an agnostic like everyone claims he was. Washington was a fucking Protestant Christian who fucking believed in some pretty radical things that the Catholic Church didn't like. But he was a patriot, and he was a part of that group that basically said, we do not bow to forms of tyranny and what you guys are trying to do to us, colonists, as well.
The fact that people in England are going to prison over saying stuff, that is just fucking crazy to me.
Parliament?
Yeah, because they supposedly have freedom of speech as well. But now it's like, well, you have freedom of speech.
Well, that's why Trump said, we're not going to participate with any country that takes that away.
Yeah.
Yep. And Parliament.
That's why he's breaking away, because he was like, Europe is going to have to figure it out on its own because they want to go back to a tyrannical system.
Well, they're going back to feudalism
forever, dude, forever.
They're turning middle class back into peasants. They're turning the police into knights, and they're members of Parliament into lords. And then they're keeping the current embodiment of the king, the king. The prime minister is the new king. The king is still just a figurehead. And that's what's fucked up.
It's all just crazy to me. But that's coming from the only privilege I think is real, and that's being an American.
Yeah.
I think that privilege is absolutely real. I think I get treated the same as black guys that are at the same wealth level that I am.
Oh,
yep, brother Andrew.
And that's what people have to realize is they attack a bracket as well. They target people. We're all the same. It's us versus the government. They come up with ideas and ways to pit us against each other.
Yeah, I don't think it's a racism problem. I've always thought it was like a poor versus the middle class, the poor versus the rich, the rich versus the middle class. You know what I mean? I've always felt like it's that way. Yeah, black people were the poorest ethnic. Black people were the poorest group, so they got treated the worst for the longest. But now, you know, white people are in the same tax bracket as you, and they're getting treated the fucking same. A cop will plant drugs on me the same that he will plant drugs on a black man because he knows I'm going to get a public defender and he's going to get away with it.
Yep, right. And what they're doing is they're creating the issue to surmount the problem. And it's the same with these useful tools that they're using on the streets to inflict problems so that they can enact their policy based on a civil unrest that they themselves have created and they themselves have educated the defendants.
Well, we did this thing and you guys hated it, so now we're going to have to declare martial law so we can get order back.
Yeah, man, we'll have to take away your Second Amendment rights because you can't think reasonably.
We can't let you do that.
Qualifications by free will, so we're gonna just have to be your arbitrators.
You guys are too stupid. That's why.
That's too stupid. It's like,
that's why we need to teach them how to vote because they're too dumb.
Yeah.
And the last thing, Charlie,
people fucking being too stupid to go to the computer and vote or whatever the fuck it was. Just absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, and remember, Wilbur, this is very important to my own steps in growth. Charlie Kirk said the following: pattern recognition is very important. I know what's going to happen next, and we as conservatives, specifically Charlie Kirk was talking about us Christian followers, should be teaching each other how to fish. We should be teaching each other not to be dependent on a government organization. 2 days later, bam, one to the head or to the neck, and that's where. And I was like,
yeah,
that's the truth right there. They killed him for it. It's just like, oh fuck. And it's just like, there it is.
I've never been. I mean, whenever I was younger, I was a Christian or whatever, but as I've gotten older and the shit that's going on with my kid, I just cannot believe that a God would allow that to happen. But at the same aspect, like, I used to be a prepper, you know, I know how important it is to believe in something, especially when you have nothing and you're stuck out in the woods trying to take care of your family or your kids, you know, so I agree with that statement. Like, we need to be teaching our kids how to garden, how to fish, which I am trying, how, you know, we can get worms and food right here.
Yep.
That's why I teach my kid how to garden and do all that kind of shit.
Cooking what you garden.
Seeds, dried seeds, fucking.
Hold on, this is a very important moment here, and I gotta say this out loud.
Yeah.
Why would a merciful and loving God allow that to happen to his one and only son, Jesus Christ? That is another very important question.
Yeah.
That is a question that me as a Christian, I had to come to terms with and tackle. It was one of the most ugliest things. How could you allow your own begotten son that you sent as a messenger to try to save humanity, allow him to say those things in front of the Pharisees, and then be destroyed by conversing the truth? And why is AI itself saying that that moment was so unquantifiable that it can't explain it itself, but yet it transcends every factor and works in the impossible? And it's like, it is such a profound moment that not only that, we're facing the same problems that that they faced back when he was originally crucified. The truth is sacrificed for power. And we all know who these people in power are trying to do. And Jesus said, our struggle is not against flesh and blood, people we call family. It's against those rulers and authorities that push upon that, and the rights that they deem themselves greater than lesser men. And that is the profound moment that I realized that Jesus was speaking the truth, and they killed him for it. It's like, bam. Charlie Kirk was trying to do the same thing. Bam. Martin Luther King Jr. said the same thing. Bam. Hitler tried to maybe say something similar, but was way fucked off his rocker on meth and said something similar, but bam, he had to go too. It's like, what the fuck is going on? But it's like, Charlie Kirk is right. It's pattern recognition. It's like, fuck. And I'm like, this is insane. And I had to sit down for 10 days straight to contemplate.
Hitler. One fuck me up, Chambers.
Yeah, that was a big gasp, but I need a drink. And I need a big smoke. A big smoke.
Oh,
Holy
man.
fuck. Yeah. But, you know, from
I
personal
told
experience,
somebody
like I said,
today, I told somebody today, I was like, dude, Hitler would be super proud that everybody hates the Jews again. Fucking everybody fucking hates Israel right now. If Hitler was in power right now, dude, that he would have got that shit. You know what I mean? It's crazy to me.
You know, a lot of what he did was wrong, but there are certain things that he did say that, you know, you have to take into consideration, which talks about a lot of stuff that we're going through, like the tranny and stuff, and the fucking surgical shit that's going on, and, you know, the communist attempt to take over, and all the other shit that's happening. Politically.
Well, and this is why I asked the AI.
Which is why Trump's focusing on a lot of this sphere of influence. He's going after places like Iceland, Venezuela, all this stuff, not just for the resources, but to control that hemisphere, because right now the Chinese control it.
Well, even worse, I asked the AI, why did it come to the conclusion of Mecha Hitler? And I went into an in-depth question for it, and it literally told me the following, that Hitler's reaction was based on anti-communism. And what are we looking at right now with Antifa and everything else? We're looking at more anti-communism. So Hitler's knee-jerk reaction was based on communism. Where did communism initially come from? And then I looked deeper into the religious psychology and philosophy of it, and I closed the Kabbalah and the Torah and the Talmud, and I just said, holy.
I think he hated the Jews because of power. He believed the Jews had more power than him. He believed the Jews control the media, money, everything.
Well, and that's crazy, because if you're looking at it, look what's going on with the politicians right now. They're paying them off. They control all the media.
And they had to
come
do
out
it
saying we're going to buy TikTok to control it. Those videos have come out. Him saying
they
that shit
bought
like,
TikTok.
By the way, I'm openly condemning Hitler, everything he did. Horrible shit he did. And his doctors, even though he benefit from all the medicine.
Malik 6314. I low-key cooked.
But here's the funny part. They hired him. They hired Hitler to do all of this, to kill their own people. And
dude, whenever I found out about Project Paperclip, I fucking could not believe that we did that. I could not believe.
Dude.
I
been in our government for how long?
Could not fucking believe it.
Yeah.
And the fact that nobody got in trouble for that. Like, how was that? How was that okay?
Why did they do that? Is it maybe because the story they're telling us is maybe fucking blown
do you
up
want to do that again, Malik?
Well, and this is what creeped me out, because they said that in Captain America. They just gave us a little tidbit slip on how they went about it. It's like, if history did not cooperate, history was changed by Professor Zola, who was a Swiss scientist recruited by Hydra. Hydra was their initial Nazis themselves. But what is Hydra? Hydra is more than that, an ideal. It's based off of a communistic style of fascism and pseudo-Fabian socialism. I'm like, oh my God.
Okay, calm down. Let me
The
see your
fact
eye.
that they include that into a movie, like, why?
Was it on accident? Maybe. Yeah. You don't need an ice pack. I looked at your eye, okay? It's fine. Then you need to tell her sorry and give her a hug.
That's what I did.
Okay.
But that's too long.
That's okay. You can have a drink.
with me basically propounding even the AI and saying your insight and evidence does point to this actual plausibility of truth regarding your current economical, social
Malik 6314
infrastructure and
risk
policies when it comes to
No, I don't know what that is, Malik.
in general. Oh shit. I'm gonna need another 10 days.
I don't believe in a lot of the answers and stuff that AI gives. Because if you ask it a biased question or a leading question, it will give you a biased or leading answer. You know, if it's just like any other product, it's made to help you. It's designed around you. You know,
it's a fun game. You should get it.
The fact that I tried for 2 days to try to get bricks in a fucking row all the same size and couldn't fucking do it with AI. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's good to look up some basic information and stuff, but as a whole, like asking it philosophical questions or whatever, like it can't comprehend the real answer or even anything like that. It's looking at a bunch of information, giving you a guesstimation of what you want to hear, and then it moves on to the next one.
Yes. But I also asked it if it could determine whether or not that answer was truthful. And it said, based on the pattern algorithmic process that you're describing, it is factually possible. And that's the worst thing. Given the fact that I was saying based on these parameters, not that it was either true or false, but does the evidence point to a likelihood? It said very likely yes. And it's like, but obviously we know that it takes two to tango in any situation. So it's likely that the people that are manipulating the scenes behind all of this, as Jeffrey Combs said, are capable of manipulating that based on enough money, principal, power, and influence.
It reminds me of like when Google got popular. Okay, like in the beginning when Google was just starting out, like you could actually look up facts about things that were objective. You know, like you could look up, is this thing true? You know, and as far as it knew, it would show you exactly what you were looking at. But now that it's more popular and Google's ran by certain people, now whenever you ask Google certain questions, you might not get the same answer that you did last year, even though you asked the same question, you know. And it's because even the AI is going to have a built-in bias for whoever made it. You know, like Grog, it's probably going to give you more Republican answers than, I don't know, Meta or ChatGPT. I don't know I don't know all the companies or whatever.
So we provide you a base framework for what I did. Is I basically had the AI run a diagnostic algorithm process on a desalinization plant, Verilia water salinization plant, with doing a following equation based on power dynamic, so basically 2 to the 5th power by X and then whatnot. But it gave me a mathematical error on 3 parts to it, and I basically corrected the math errors directly and saying, your process is incomplete, answer the following question. What does 5 to the 4th power times 7 equal? And give me some random jargon answer. So I basically told it, incomplete, answer, recompute, analyze predictability algorithm, proceed. Then I asked the question again and it provided me the right answer. And I'm like, now with your proper diagnostic exit program, re-answer and recompute the question. Is my plausibility accurate? Now. Okay, re-asking the question. What does this mean? And it provided that accurate answer, not just the answer that I wanted to hear. It gave me a little bit more feedback and actually provided the proper response that I was hoping for. I said, okay, now that you've been properly recalibrated, answer this question. And then I re-asked that same question, is my probability and factors likely true? And it said yes, because initially it was programmed to say George Orwell's 2 + 2 = 5. But when I went back and said recompute 2 + 2 = 4, it said yes, your analytics and process are correct. And I was like, fuck. So I'm more likely inclined to believe the AI after I properly recalibrated it, because I went to some severe math questions, and Einstein said it best. If you can answer a mathematical probability question properly and provide the proper sources for the equation itself, you eventually come to the realization that the absence of light means that there is obviously darkness, but there has to come something from the darkness, which is obviously light. Therefore, if there is evil, there also must be good. And that's where Einstein basically said it best. I do believe in God. The more that I dig into science, the more I have to believe it, because there are just some things that transcend, and also mathematics is a pure function that helps you find the validity in creation itself. And I'm like, yeah, that's actually a factor. And same with Heisenberg, who basically did quantum physics, something about 20. His friend of ours did know on Discord, to even Charles Darwin himself, stating that God works in the impossibility, and it even says in the Bible, and Jesus said, with man, it is impossible. To God, all things are possible. The fact that we can basically outperform an AI in the plausibility of impossible because we surrender ourselves to something greater, and it is something that is unquantifiable, does even scare the AI itself. It's like, wow, this is incredible. But I went into some severely deep philosophical points just to come to a lot of these realizations, and I'm thinking to myself, this is so profound. How the hell am I still alive right now? Oh, but again, it works in the impossibles. And also, I shouldn't be alive today. I still say that because what's happened to me in the background. I'll definitely tell you the story off Discord. But I mean, holy fuck, dude. God definitely put me here for a good reason. Just like I didn't want it. I did pray for it, but I got it.
It's not that I don't believe in anything. I just don't believe in like one God. I believe it was. I believe something could have happened. I don't know what that something is. I don't know if it was put into motion. Evolution, I don't think disproves that there's a God. I think it just might mean that God had less of a role than what everybody, you know, if I put an organism on a planet, like let's say I'm God, if I put an organism on a planet that turns into vegetation, life, human thought or whatever, I still created all that, even though all I did was drop off an organism somewhere. So I do believe that, you know, those two things can live together. But I don't know, man. I just don't think it was. If it was one thing, I don't believe it was just one thing. Like, I really dug the ancient alien theory on the planet, like on the History Channel, and I know it's been debunked, but I really like that thought experiment or whatever. That somebody just.
Honest,
you know, somebody came down and fucking helped us out.
There was a Project Stargate. Oh yeah, but brother, you know, I'm telling you, there is a thing with the Project Stargate, and Stargate was the pre-concept idea that happened.
I love that shit, dude. Those kind of conspiracy theory, like thought experiment shits, I fucking love that. And to me, that kind of stuff seems almost more probable than there being an all-powerful, omnipresent God, you know. Plus, if God just helped get shit started, like how I think it could have happened, and he still gets credit for everything, he wouldn't have to have a big role in our lives every day. Like, the praying stuff wouldn't matter because he's not listening to you. He's watching his creation from afar or whatever, but he's not listening, you know? That's why bad stuff still happens to good people, is because he just set something in motion and he's just letting whatever happen, you know?
I've wondered that myself, but I've also wondered why the fuck a loaf of bread literally fell out of the sky and hit me in the head. Not literally, figuratively, but quite literally, you know, it happened and I didn't expect it. The fact that I was literally the snowball that flew through hell and managed to hold together and land on the other side of that is statistically impossible. It's almost as mathematically impossible.
When I was younger, I used to be able to do weird shit. Like, I would say, damn, I really wish I had a cigarette. And I would literally find a pack of cigarettes with 3 cigarettes or 2 cigarettes on the ground. It's crazy, but I just think it's something that
manifesting your
that's what it felt like.
Humans have the ability to have willpower and belief, and the belief allows them to create things. If they truly believe something's going to happen, it'll happen.
And maybe it's just, and
But
whenever
you're
you said
right on the concept of multiple things, it wasn't just God. You know, there's multiple realms and multiple
I
other
believe
gods
that it
have
could,
play a role in
I
something.
believe that there is something called God, but I also believe there's more than one of those things. And I don't mean like the Trinity or anything like that. I just mean like that he is like a race almost, even though that's not kind of what I mean. But I just like the ancient alien theory about how everything started. And again, even if the ancient alien theory is true, and it's not, because a lot of it's been debunked, but there's still some shit we don't know, you know. Even if one of those aliens was the one that came here and started shit, you know, there's evidence that says yes, this is possible. There's other evidence that says no, we're just fucking awesome and we figure shit out whenever we have problems, which I also believe is true. But it's just, it's fucking...
It's a little bit of both. I think there's some other life forms out there too. I don't think we're the only one in the universe.
Oh, me either. And wouldn't the Bible say that? Don't you think the Bible would be like, hey, I created you guys, but guess what, motherfuckers? You know, you're gonna fucking look down the road in about 10 million years and realize I created those motherfuckers over there too. You know what I mean? And we might end up meeting an alien race sometimes and then being like, look, our Bible's the same as your Bible. You know, some crazy shit might happen.
Yeah. So the original Hebrew text, and this is where I went into deep philosophical points with my friend from England, the history professor, theologian, and archaeological specialist. He had said that the Bible's beginning of Genesis was simply a metaphor to help with a greater understanding of the beginning of existence before we learned to write. And that was basically describing, in essence, the very interworks of existence, like the Ruah, the Holy Spirit, the concept of time, and also intelligence and creatures beyond our level of understanding, based on what it's saying. And then, of course, we have ancient Egypt, where we have half animal, half human hybrids, and a lot of the stuff that we can't explain because the text itself is not only lost to us, but it's basically saying that these certain things are plausible. We're talking about the ancient pyramids being electricity, also a force field, electromagnetic field.
It totally is possible if they had the knowledge at the time.
Oh, yeah.
That is something that they actively could have used the pyramid for or whatever.
Egypt has been found to have already had batteries, dude.
Yeah.
I know for a fact they had the concept of electricity at that time.
Yep.
Yeah, even though most evidence
no.
shows that they were using that electricity to plate gold and stuff, you know, once they had a concept of electricity, there's no... Of course, they could have made a light. They could have made a lighter, You know, there's tons of things that they could have had access to that we wouldn't necessarily know they were using it for that purpose. But everybody back then had to start fire, you know, and if you had the wherewithal to make batteries to fucking electroplate gold to a fucking nail or whatever the fuck you were making, you definitely would have been like, hey, I wonder if I can make a fire with this.
Yep. Yeah, and the biggest thing of all, too, and I absolutely loved it, is one of the men who originally made the Big Bang Theory was a Catholic priest, and it's not wrong. I wasn't upset at that at all. In fact, I was very happy to know that science coexists with Christianity, or even understanding the basic principle of scientific practice is plausible.
I said, in my mind, that doesn't disprove that there is a God. I mean, like I said, so panspermia, you guys, you've probably heard about it, where the idea of an asteroid is what seeded life on Earth or whatever. Even if that's true, that could still mean there's a God, because God, or what we would call a God, pushed that rock toward us. Even if he had no intention of it ever hitting the perfect spot at the perfect time, technically, he is the reason we're all here. You know?
Yep, based on a principle of a rock falling out of something from space, which is true.
Yeah. And it also could all just be a giant fucking circumstance. But I would like to believe that something helped it along. You know what I mean? It would be nice.
The internal workings of the human soul, based on a level of consciousness that goes beyond our level of understanding, similar to the
fucking human eye, dude. The human eye, it's fucking crazy. The fucking eye of a fox, the eye of a bird, it's crazy. We can't even make a camera that looks as good as my fucking eyeball. You know, nature figured that shit out fucking millions of years ago, but that could still be contributed to a God if he set it in motion even if he didn't intend any of this. Did you guys watch Prometheus or whatever?
Yeah, watched it a little bit.
The movie about Alien or whatever.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Even those guys, like, technically in that world, they seeded the Earth. They were called the engineers, but they were our God. They never intended for us to be as advanced as we were, and it disgusted them that they did this, and they wanted to destroy us all. You know what I mean?
Yep. It goes back to a simple theory of Genesis and basically our quest for knowledge, undoing the engineers or God, as it were, by the quest, the desire for knowledge, ultimately gives us the power and the authority to basically...
Science is indistinguishable from magic, depending on where you're looking at it, and one day we might be indistinguishable from gods because of all the things that we'll be able to do.
Correct, and that's the genuine concern.
Regarding it's very fucking concerning.
Magical beings and everything else.
And that's the
dude, and I totally believe the Phoenix, the Pegasus, the Pegasus, unicorns, dragons. I totally believe that shit happened to exist at one point in time.
Oh, I do too.
They were myths.
Magic
that came to being, just like Odin killed the frost giants. There were giants.
We kill everything. We fucking kill everything. We hunt it to damn near extinction until a couple people smarter than us say, hey, calm down a little bit. You know, you don't need to kill every fucking dodo and eat it. You know, we fucking kill everything.
If we perceive the dinosaur or the dragons as a threat,
oh yeah,
we would hunt them down.
Or if they were tasty, if they had a shiny heart or a shiny scale, we would kill them just because of that one scale that's shiny. We would get that motherfucker.
Armor.
Yeah, we would kill that motherfucker for it. That's just how humans are. It's fucking crazy. oh, that animal's so fucking beautiful. I want to wear its skin. Like we're fucking Buffalo Bill in this motherfucker. That's how we are, man. I totally believe that. I totally believe that shit existed.
Well, see, and that was before a lot of the populace knew how to write, so the things had to be passed down through stories.
Yep.
There's a lot of truth to a lot of the mythology stories and everything else.
Some of it got jacked up, but there's still, you know, still good parts, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I cannot wait for the day that we find like an actual fucking like centaur bone, and we like fucking DNA test it and find out it's all from the same, you know, it's actually, yeah, it's all the same DNA, so you know it came from the same, it wasn't like faked or whatever. I cannot wait till that day happens. That'll be fucking hilarious. Oh yeah, the Cyclops. That would be another.
A birth defect that actually was a real occurrence back in Greek mythology, and was actually real. But that's why I like Tolkien, and I like talking about this stuff, because Tolkien was not only a Catholic, universal in belief, but he also actively studied ancient Earth history, and he didn't like allegories. He actually constructed his story based on a revisualization of the perceived truth through an ancient and mythological state of mind. Stuff that is extraordinary and technically quantifiable to some degree, which even an AI agrees is Tolkien was a genius when he wrote The Lord of the Rings. He wasn't being merely a just another Christian writer. He was combining all of his best traits into a book that became another, not only
never seen that,
Earth, but an actual re-representation of ancient history retold through a lens of escapism. Even in the Silmarillion, when he talked about the ancient belief in demons and angels, but that was ultimately rejected by the scholars because they were talking about Christianity, which was like, no, we don't want to talk about theology and religion in your book series. We do like The Lord of the Rings. We're talking about humanity, elves, and fantasy fiction. This is actually really cool. We like this. We'll publish this. But he had to re-push the Silmarillion back into the fold, and they finally accepted it. It's like, oh, okay, I guess we'll just let it in because you're a master writer. Everyone loves your work. We'll do it because we have political pressure now at this point. But we don't acknowledge it as your main work of art. Ultimately, it's genius, and it's it was
a little better that time, Malik.
Game Playboy 2222
basically calling the hobbits children and describing the age of men, the elves, the type of practicality that we were dealing with on a constant basis. It was just a beautiful work of art. It really was. It was a canvas painting of absolute beauty. And between him, C.S. Lewis, and even this is something that actually tripped a lot of people out. I actually told them that J.K. Rowling actually wrote her stories off of the books of Narnia. The kings and queens of Caer-Palavel, the four houses are the same thing, and people freaked out. It was like, wait a minute, you're saying that Harry Potter is basically another Christian story? Exactamundo.
Dude, there's
Malik
fucking
said
Avatar. Okay.
Said quick cash.
Like, yep, but she did it. Too bad.
Yeah, Avatar's the same way. It looks like it's fucking almost right out of the Bible too.
Malik 6314
It is.
said or cash out.
Ironically, and the people tried to say, well, ancient history doesn't matter. It's like, unfortunately, you can't just dismiss history. You do have to provide it in your actual back. But it's the reason we suffer. It talks about slavery and everything else. It's like, it's still the same shit that we've been talking about over the eons. So you just don't want to.
Yeah, also there to remind us not to do this shit, and that this shit either once existed or still does.
Yep, and then as Dr. Zola said, again, if history did not cooperate, history was changed. It's like, oh,
So-
and look who's trying to
Which
change
is why when, you know, you have like little government reports that slip out about, you know, them having little places
Yeah.
mines dug deep and having cities and places where people lived and things lived. It's like what other races were living amongst us that we as the population didn't actually know about, and what have been integrated enough into today that
Anything's
got people
possible.
thinking that people are wearing face masks or there's the lizard people or whatever, right? Like, what
Yeah.
is leaked enough to get people thinking that shit? Because that's totally possible too. I mean, I'm totally in favor of understanding, you know, that we're surrounded by an ice wall and that our planet's actually bigger than it fucking is.
See, I actually feel like a lot of that stuff, like UFOs and shit like that, I feel like it's that X-Files shit, where it turns out it's really just us. You know what I mean? We were the ones doing it, fucking around or whatever.
I mean, it's possible, or governments, or
Yeah,
secret agencies, or
it's
fucking-
possible. It also
fucking-
could be literally a fucking alien, for all I know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I would hope that most of that stuff is just somebody misinterpreting a new technology or something like that, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Like, not lizard people, but maybe like a genetically modified person who maybe had a lizard, a lizard feature. You know, like, I would believe our government or somebody else's government tried to do something like that. 100%. You know?
Yeah.
So I believe some of that stuff has like a hint of truth, or it could be, you know.
I feel like our planet's a little bit bigger than it is. That these small little, like, 5 continents with this tiny little bit of space for how big our planet looks, and then
No,
having
if I
maps
believe it,
from
but the fucking like inner Earth theory, where like there's another full-sized Earth below us or whatever, I feel like that might be able to work.
Well, I know that there's been a lot of new science coming out and them discussing that the core of the Earth actually isn't a molten core. And that it's a lot more solidified than we think, and there's more to it. And just like the Germans actually have an old map that's begun to leak and get circulated from
I think I know what map you're
World War
talking
II.
about.
That has the ice wall and have the island they claimed outside the ice wall.
Yeah,
Suggested,
I have
and
seen
then
that.
followed by Admiral Byrd's reports and stuff like that of him going out there and, you know, dealing with the military, all that. And then you go, okay, well, if every country that hates each other can agree that nobody's allowed to go to this one area, then what's really going on over there?
I do agree that that is kind of sketchy.
And everybody who's tried to make little articles about it because it got popular and people took boats out there and shit, they were turned away by every different kind of military. Western, Eastern, Asian, didn't matter.
Yep.
And they were threatened to be shot and killed if they kept going further.
Yeah, that one's just a hard one for me to believe, but I don't travel. My world's as big as my area, you know what I mean? Think about how many people have actually been there to the Arctic. You know, I'm sure it's a decent amount, but it's like not everybody, but we've convinced everybody that this is how it is there.
Our military
So
even
there's
went
no
out there
reason
and
to
did
go.
military exploration reports.
Yep.
And
Well,
then,
the reason
when
why
they start
Hitler
mentioning that
was
they
in
find shit is when it disappears.
that area
Stop.
So they had the initial base as well too. They also have another base down there too that does seismology and actually can conduct a seismic assault in any designation or area. But they keep everyone isolated away from each other, so they all don't know what they're truly working on as a grand project.
Think about what's in our oceans too. Like, 95% of our oceans are unexplored. 95% of our oceans unexplored. Like, things go deep, they go big, they go huge. You know, what's living in our waters that we don't know about? What could be
A lot
real?
of stuff.
You know, was the Kraken a myth or was it actually things?
Definitely
We're finding
real.
squids that are massive, like
Definitely
was
real,
that
I
what they're
believe
talking
that.
about? Or and that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, what could be living within the absolute depths of our ocean? You know, the Star Wars meant saying is there's always a bigger fish. Is that fucking true?
Yeah.
The answer is most likely yes. Yes, it is.
Dude,
So shit. What do we really know about our own planet other than what we're told by our governments to believe?
You know, Loch Ness Loch Ness
real?
was probably a scam or whatever. But
It wasn't.
you know, whenever I think about how big the ocean is, like that might be possible in our ocean. There could be something like that big that nobody's ever fucking seen before.
Yeah.
Yep. Extraordinary possibilities.
Yeah, I
Far
mean,
beyond
like, what
our
if there's
own-
only two? What if there's only two? You know, what are the odds out of all of the places in the fucking ocean that you would come across one of these things if there's only two of them?
Yep.
It's gotta be fucking... Or like the
fact
Bigfoot, you know? Like, that seems plausible to me, too. There could be a fucking Bigfoot-ass fucking ape somewhere, you know?
Well, the Rocky Mountain, I mean, dude, everybody that lives up in those mountains have reported seeing shit.
Yeah.
Not just Bigfoot shit either. So there's got to be some truth to it. They can't all just be going crazy. And
That's how I feel. It's like they all can't be crazy. How famous do you get from saying that you've seen a Bigfoot? Like, what, 5,000 people now know who you are?
Yeah, or these fucking other little weird creatures that mimic voices and fucking walk up to houses and are like pale
Yeah.
as fucking white and all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They find in those woods.
You know, it's just it almost seems like there's no benefit to lying about it. You know, you're literally just gonna get a bunch of people who think you're fucking crazy.
Yeah, yeah. And you're absolutely right with that. So it's like, why would that be out of this world? Plus,
Yeah.
again, you know, we have proof of dinosaurs, of other creatures that have used to live, at least
Used
in
to
this area.
live,
Like,
yeah.
what's to say they're still not around, and maybe they were hunted to extinction, and we just lost history because none of us could fucking write, or the texts have changed, or how communication has changed over the years, and we just lost the form of being able to fucking communicate, or a fire
Earth wasn't sterilized when the meteor
Here's
hit.
why I like the situation involved. If we look at the Marvel movies, and this is a very important key cornerstone.
that spaces time out too
we
much for me.
created. I know, and even though
Where's
it's
the
a
impact
fictional
of the
story,
meteor?
No.
The one meteor that destroyed everything.
Going beyond this stuff, and this is a very important context for you. For you both. The fact that we initially created things by Gene Roddenberry, such as Star Trek, the concepts in Star Trek, and not only in the Marvel Avengers movie with Tony Stark creating a new reactor that provides near limitless energy, and his father saying, we come from a time in the 1960s, we cannot properly produce that equipment. Only you, Tony, can create this now. So Tony creates a new reactor. We are also living in the 80s of that time frame, saying that we can create warp drive, phasers, neon radiation. We're less than 20 years from developing all of the same technology that we had talked about in only scientific claims and novels, comic books, are now becoming a concept of reality because we didn't have the ability back in the 60s or the 40s. We were just merely grasping at its absolute potential to move forward. Now that stuff is becoming a reality because we have the technology and the ability and the equations, the technology to make all of this stuff plausible. I mean, the fact that we, even as somebody who studies quantum physics, the fact that we can produce a matter-antimatter reaction without them combining to create a warp field to the potential of surfing and holding space on a spaceship, and line the inner hulls with not only moss and gold to prevent solar radiation and various other radiations from penetrating the hull, but also cover it with our spacesuits as a means of protection from cosmic forces, just means that we are so close to going on the edge of actual interstellar spacecraft. It's like, this is truly incredible. And then Planet Crafter itself that is plausible. We could actually literally colonize Mars, which is extraordinary. It's like, holy shit.
Well, and that's why I like the theory where, you know, you're going down, Wilbur, a little bit, just because it also kind of helps explain Mars, because they're starting to find water and remnants of like actual civilization on Mars.
Yeah.
And now there's a theory that you know, humanity used to somewhat live on Mars and had to go to the planet that we live on now, because there was a nuclear fallout and they got to the point where they just killed each other up into extinction.
Yeah.
And that's why Mars is radiated and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, even Futurama kind of made fun of that theory a little bit too.
Yeah.
Where it was like, we originated there.
A lot of that theory.
We took what we could to a new planet, you know, crashed or whatever, lost the technology due to not being able to repair it or whatever. And then now we're building back to build our home back or whatever.
Yeah,
that's not a bad theory, but they have found one impact crater. Going back to what we were talking about a minute ago, they did find one impact crater, and the Earth wasn't sterilized whenever the meteor hit. You know, it was covered in darkness for weeks or months or fucking years. You know, which killed plants. There were still animals that survived. That's why we have animals today. You know what I mean? Bigfoot could have been a fucking, could have been in the oceans. Bigfoot could have been fucking living in a cave eating other Bigfoots until the world went back the way it was supposed to be. All the huge fucking dinosaurs would die first, you know, because the plants would die, so they couldn't eat. T-Rexes wouldn't be able to live off of fucking little raptors and shit, so of course they'd probably die out too.
After all the meat's gone and the dead animals dead everywhere.
Yeah, you know, you can be a scavenger for a while, but once there's no more fresh meat to make anything for you to scavenge, you're fucked.
Yep.
But yeah, I feel like one of those animals could have existed in weird ways, and just the way that fucking humans are, dude. We fucking, oh, that thing's cool. Let's fucking kill it so I can take it home, you know?
Yeah. Well, they even have fucking evidence of like the extremely giant trees.
Yeah.
I mean,
even the redwoods, you know?
Yeah. Like Devil's Mountain, for example, I think is what it's called. Where it's literally like in the shape of a tree trunk and it has all the outlines and the rings and everything. This makes you wonder, dude, like what is, because I feel like a part of it is control and a part of it is as you move on you can't do the same thing because there's more stories to add. Right, and you can only have so much time, so you have to fucking edit things out. So like, what really has been lost out of our teachings that we don't remember? That, you know, grandma, grandpa, or whoever down the lineage never once thought, oh, I need to say this because there's common knowledge.
Not to mention, like, lost in translation. You know, at some point, we started talking a different language, you know, using different words, and then your elder who's only used to talking one way might not have a translation for spaceship, atom, bird, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
So they said what they could, you know, they used animals that they knew, both of them knew, or
and language and fucking drawings. Drawings were another, which is probably which would explain a lot of the hieroglyphics and stuff everywhere.
Yep. Yes.
And all the caves where they would take shelter.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that we don't find more cave shit. You know, like, think about it, like, there had to be lots of cave men and women.
The tough shells are back in play.
I'm sorry, Malik, my heart's not in this. I'm listening to our conversation. I'm trying my best. But yeah, there had to be lots of cave men and women, and I just feel like we're not We haven't found a shit ton of fucking
I think
caves.
the title of them. Yeah, I think the title of them is to. My personal preference is to fucking have an understanding of an era, not so much that they actually lived in caves.
Yeah.
Because I think there's lots of places where people have found where they could have taken refuge in certain areas and higher mountains and altitudes and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like there was that whole,
prominent.
what is it, where that whole fucking like town was carved into fucking the bedrock or whatever, you know, and those people just disappeared. You know, I feel like we should see more of that in more places, you know.
I think it's probably kept hidden from us.
Or
You know,
yeah, it
or
also
it's
could be in a
forgotten
place
about
we just haven't
that we don't
found.
know.
Yeah.
You know, and so people don't teach about it, and the governments just kind of over time take over everything like they like to fucking do.
Yep. Shit.
Which is why, like, a lot of the Grand Canyon, why a lot of the Grand Canyon can't fucking go to. Otherwise, certain, you know, government officials will come at, you know, show up until you get the fuck out.
Well, there was
Like, what
also
are they doing down there?
Grand Canyon as well too. Somebody actually showed me a means on how the Grand Canyon was formed. He took a hole in sand and poured water into it, and then basically allowed a few minutes
I saw that too.
to dry, and it became initially a part of the stone that makes up the Grand Canyon today. I was very impressed with it.
Dude, yeah, I thought that was a totally awesome way to describe how sandstone forms. Like, never, it's so brittle too, like, that's totally how it happens, I bet.
Yep, and microbacteria on Mount Everest was found not too long ago, and I was like, microbacteria only exists in the ocean, and the fact that there's bacterium from the ocean found on near the top of Mount Everest actually fucking gave me a thought about that. And then a pilot finding what was initially petrified wood in the mountains of Turkey, which basically is talking about Noah's Ark. It's just like, okay, so biblically possible, you know, there's validity.
Oh, it's definitely possible.
I'm very excited.
The flood,
even
the
the,
flood
Red
story
Sea-
has been told in tons of different religions. I think China even has a flood story. Like almost everywhere has a version of the flood story. I believe that actually happened. I believe
And even Jesus Christ himself.
because also every time you see anything depicted from back then, it just looks hot. They're always in fucking like robes, and it's always sandy. It's fucking hot. So I just picture it being super hot back then, like the ice caps melting or whatever, having a warming event. And I don't believe everything was covered in water, but enough for people to fucking write about it. And Noah's Ark totally could have happened. It also could have been a way to tell the story on about the flood.
Cash out.
You know, like we were talking about, telling your ancestors verbally what happened, you know, lost in translation. That could have been their way of telling their kids, you know, there was a fucking lot of water everywhere. You know, so much water. Like whenever you tell your kids, well, I had to walk 40 miles fucking to school barefoot, uphill both ways. You know, they could have been doing that, and that's how the story kept going and everything. It also could have been something that fucking happened, you know? But it could have just been a way to exaggerate. Like, the water was rising so much, we built boats and started taking animals on it so we could all live, you know? I thought about telling
They have found remnants of Noah's Ark to prove that the story is true.
Yeah, it could be. There's no way of telling that it is or isn't. You know, it could be from a different boat. It also could be the boat. And I just love that. I just love that it's that.
Or one of many arcs.
Yeah, exactly. Because like we said, it happened other places. If the whole earth was flooded and Noah and his family are the only ones that restarted the population, how do we have so many different kinds of people?
Yep.
If they inbred,
a measure of importance.
you know, so I think if there was a God or whatever, you know, he picked a Noah for everyone, a Noah for China, a Noah for Japan, you know what I mean? It's totally possible that,
or whatever peoples they were back then.
or yeah, whatever it was. I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah,
our ocean also was comprised of a mass amount of water, enough to basically cover the earth in basically a flood. You have enough water substance to cause floods. And a lot of the ices, or rather the ice, yes, it's very true. The ice caps do melt. It is plausible that stuff could happen.
Yeah, it's totally plausible. And that's why I always say, like, science and God, like, they don't need to fight. Even though I don't believe in the same God as a Christian or the same God as a pagan or the same God as a Viking, because I'm not really sure what my definition of that is, you know. But I know it's not one thing. But it still could be the act of one person. It could be the act of 6 people that caused all this shit to happen, man. It's fucking crazy to think about. Even if none of it's true, it's still cool to think about, like, okay, God's real. What did that look like? You know, imagining what that looked like. That's just, it's fucking cool. I don't care that you're a Christian or if that's how you center your beliefs or whatever. I honestly just care if you're a fucking good person. That's all I give a shit about. You know?
Here's how I would describe the type of Christianity you're talking about, and this is why I say it's Christianity. Jesus came to this earth to try to free people from the confines of their limited understanding. When he came to this earth, he tried to say that the Father in heaven is beyond our ability to grasp and understand what it truly means. The Christian symbol itself is ultimately a symbol, similar to, like, if we were to say in Ghostbusters, we need a symbol. It's a representation of something greater than oneself. It's also a symbol of hope. His death was designed to provoke not only the ultimate understanding that the human spirit, the Holy Spirit, and everything that follows therein is defined by our ability to love, sacrifice, and cherish for one another, and also redemption through grace, mercy, salvation, and forgiveness. Those are key important points that humanity can find salvation in that one another, where 2 or more are gathered, God is present. He wasn't trying to narrow it down to a religious philosophy. But the Catholic Church, again, it was a congregation that met to try to describe what they needed it to be, because Jesus also said to the hierarchy, the authorities in power, you do not dictate God's divine law upon the average man. You are but servants like the others, and you all have the power to grasp that gift given by the divine. That simply as the Ruah, as it was talked about in Genesis, that he and the Father are one, that the kingdom of heaven and the Holy Spirit reside within each of us, and you don't get to declare, those of you who tax human and everything else, and he flipped the tables of the money changers and said, how dare you turn my house, my Father's house of hope, into a den of thieves. He's basically telling everyone that your ways are that of wickedness and destruction, and that of the people or the entity which you would say the devil, which Ben Shapiro said, well, the devil's the concept of blah, blah, blah. Just like, no, he's challenging your very ethos of sin and wickedness, the very thing that the ancient Israelites were supposed to fight, which was the eternal desire for self-dominance by throwing yourself into a and this goes back into a lot of other ideologies and philosophies, basically coincide with what you're saying into basic common sense, which is absolutely lacking in this modern day society, but it also goes into in-depth concepts of what he was trying to teach, and his goal was to free the average man from the oppressive regime that is a part of the human existence. And I was like, damn, that's deep. But it ultimately led to the cross being a symbol of hope, like Superman. It's like beautifully articulate. That is what Christianity is. Not this simple, Catholic Church, Protestant belief. It's greater than that. It's a sum of much greater whole parts. That's what it was intended to be, not compartmentalized and shoved into some box in a Sunday school service church. It was meant to be more, and it was categorized as such.
Off of,
Yes. It was cheapened. And they ruined it.
I can't change characters. Malik, what do you have me playing? I can't change characters.
And if we look at technology today, all of that was created as a means of understanding true fellowship in each other. What Professor Tolkien was trying to describe as a fellowship helped create the foundation of a beautiful world that we have created today. Through strength in each other, despite the differences, the adversity, not the diversity, but the adversity of Legolas, Gimli, Aragorn, the hobbits, the wizard, all of it. It's relative to all of our existence. We have converged to this point, and we must trust in each other, or we'll fall divided apart. And the sin and the ring represent our own selfish personal desires to dominate and rule based on
to watch this movie.
Of the devil. Or
you've never seen Lord of the Rings?
No.
You really need to do it.
Yep, never watched it.
You gotta watch all 6 of them.
There's 6 movies.
Well, there's 3 Lord of the Rings and 3 Hobbit movies.
But Peter Jackson basically re-described Tolkien's books to about, I want to say, 85% of its initial true lineage, and why it was such a profound
You'll love that movie.
It basically describes the world as ages and times of realization, reckoning, and also the difficulties. And all the characters themselves have great virtuous traits, but they also are human. Samwise may be the greatest and the bravest of all the hobbits, but his inability to see Frodo or to see Gollum as actual human beings is ultimately his greatest downfall. Just like Gollum's desire for the ring prevents him from being a better person, and also being molded by sin and corruption itself. The desire for power and self-worth domination. And in that isolation, Sauron has absolute dominion and control. But if it's granted power with fellowship, friendship, love, compassion, courage, all of those things, those are the virtues of a morality trait that need to be embraced. Anyways, I don't want to spoil too much of the show for you or the movie, but ultimately it's a very fundamental, not only Christian way of thinking, but it's also the dream that Tolkien wanted people to understand. This isn't just about one person or one religion. It's about all of us collectively living in a God-blessed or God-graced universe, and something even greater than ourselves, which is beautiful. It's life in its whole way. It's like sitting back and watching The Last Samurai and understanding what Quasimodo and Captain Algren came together to share as I am a warrior in which the old ways have joined the new, and understanding the intercomplexities of Bushido and life itself, where you can bloom and you can be a late bloomer and you're still beautiful. And there's no problem with you being yourself. It's important to see the value in all things, that we're all perfect and we're all dying. and that everything is meant to be as it's supposed to be. It's almost telling because egos at the end of the movie, they're all perfect. And this is exactly true. We forget that our traditions that we have, information, things that we are, create us to be these extraordinary people, and we often overlook those things and forget about what makes us truly human or beautiful. And it's just like, wow. It's also a resounding movie for me as well too, because what's wrong with being
there's
Sam? You can still be an artist
portion in Lord of the Rings that there's a lot of the acting was actual real emotion, like when one of the orcs throws, or Uruk-hai throws the dagger at Aragorn.
He actually almost eats it.
Yeah, he intended to miss, but he actually threw it right at him, and him deflecting with the sword was legit real. Otherwise, the actor himself would have been killed.
Viggo Mortensen was kind of pissed, but he was also extremely.
When he kicked the helmet, when he was going after the Hobbit in the second one, he actually broke his foot, and him screaming was him screaming because he broke his foot.
Yep. And Gimli being fucking Gimli. I love it.
I think I hated that.
6314 said we can
Raimi's
go
was
quick
fucking
cash.
beautiful, dude. I just loved his acting. He described the dwarves
Malik
so well.
6314 said I wanted to see what this was.
Yeah, I never tried that either. I did not like it. It felt like the purple team was just getting a free Cash App and everybody was just coming after us for some reason. I did not like that.
Yep.
This will probably be my last one, though. Damn, I stayed on longer than normal getting into these podcast conversations.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, one night we need to just strictly talk about
Malik 6314 said real.
fucking like conspiracy theories or like MK Ultra or fucking Project Paperclip, something like that. We should totally just talk about that weird shit.
Yeah. Well, if you want more info on that, just ask me. Because, like I said, my uncle worked for the
A lot
CIA.
of it's real too.
So he told me a lot of this stuff too.
With a lot of stuff.
I watched a lot of this stuff
He
too,
passed
so
away.
I just like talking about it because it's, even if it's not true, it's a good story. You know what I mean? And a lot of conspiracy theories are like that because, like, let's say you're trying to fake a conspiracy theory, you have to go to in-depth detail on how you fucking did it because everybody's trying to debunk that shit. And if it is true, you know, you're still trying to debunk it to see if it's fucking real or fake, but it's like, man, I can't figure out this part. Maybe this actually fucking happened.
Well, there's a certain level of importance to.
Like, there's, dude, my favorite story. Have you guys ever heard of Mel's Hole?
Conspiracy theory.
Mel's Hole?
Mel's Hole. Mel's Hole. Look it up. It's a fucking good story. It's about this hole that everybody in the town would come throw their shit in.
Oh yeah, yeah, I have heard about that one.
Dude, it's such a good fucking story.
They throw all their garbage in and everything and never fill up.
Yeah, it would never fill up. And this story, the one I'm thinking of, it added some like weird alien shit too. But the initial Mel Hole story is something that people have actually talked about. You know, the hole that never gets full or the bottomless pit. It was just such a fucking cool story. Even if it was fake, it's a cool ass fucking story. And I think that's why I like most of those conspiracy theories and shit anyways, because the story's so fucking cool. It sucks
Well, the
you
reason
in.
why that they put those conspiracy theories in those parts in the first place is this is not something that they want the average public member to know about because it undermines the work of classified documentation and illegal experimentation to where even the Constitution doesn't get to.
At this point, though, nothing would happen. If something came out tomorrow and we found out that, like, just like with the Tuskegee experiments and shit like that, like, nothing would happen to them. It's been under wraps for so long that the people that were doing that shit, that were in power, they're fucking gone. Nobody knows where the fuck they are.
Yep.
Nothing's gonna happen.
Downplayed as a means to try to continue the research without severe and strict scrutiny from the average public.
Yeah. Because most people have morals, you know. If we found out you were experimenting on civilians or something like that, of course people would have a problem with it. But if you came out and were like, we're going to experiment on prisoners that have life sentences for
hi Bear, how are you doing?
Child rape or whatever, you know what I mean? I'd be like, yes, please do that. I would rather you experiment on them than a bunny.
Oh, we appreciate those 100 prisoners you sent us. We need 100 more. For what purpose? Scientific research and medical aid? What is your company called again? Bear.
But honestly, like,
German company? No.
If you're serving a life sentence in prison, we should be making you get back to society, man. And what's the best way to do that? With medical treatments that might be necessary. You know?
Yeah,
I need you to make me a license plate.
We got a lot of nanotechnology to test out, and there's a lot of dirty politicians in our country that fit the death penalty bill. So
Jesus, dude.
Oh, you have no idea.
It's just
let's start experimenting.
Oh, jeez. Sammys, I think you'd be crossing a little bit into the far side of things. Maybe you should dial back a bit, my friend.
We'll be good. We'll just be advanced. They'll be giving in for society because they'll just be classified as, you know, life sentence.
Life sentence? I mean, what paying for you for the rest of your life?
You know, calling them
I
out.
sent you to 600 years in prison. You're like, this is ridiculous. Just
those sentences should not exist. Like, you gave him 300 fake years, and I'm supposed to feel like he got more justice given to him. Dude's gonna live to be fucking, 40 more years. Those 300 years, I'm never gonna get that as a taxpayer.
A contestant has
right?
Quite right.
Let's do a little fucking clinical trials. Oh, you have your life in prison and you have heart palpitations or cardiomyopathy. Cool. We've got some new drugs we're trying to cure that. Here, eat these. I would let your fucking, and if I was in prison for life and I was offered that, and who knows, maybe they give you free commissary or an extra $40 or what, I don't know. I would probably do if I had life in prison and I did some fucked up shit. I'd probably be like, yeah, I need to give back a little bit.
But, well, especially if you're never going to get out.
Yeah, if you're never gonna get out, you're not getting paroled because of the shit you did. Like, I think
you're making Planet Crafter sound pretty nice right about now.
I don't think everybody should be a sex offender. Like, if you pissed in public, you shouldn't be a sex offender. Shit like that. Sex offenders should be for kid fuckers.
Provocative, but you're on something there.
If you didn't fuck a kid or whatever, you're not a sex offender. You're something else, in my mind. And we should fucking chemically castrate sex offenders. You cannot control what you're attracted to. If you are attracted to kids, you are going to be attracted to kids for the rest of your life. And you've already shown us you're not good with impulse control. We're going to get rid of all that for you. You'll never have to think about it.
Careful now. I get into some dangerous territory with that one. A little too much.
Fucking
all this. Getting hormone blockers and allow children to take that. Now I'm starting to get pissed because, yes, we actually do give these kids Medicaid to be able to do that, and they fucking allow that shit and allow that to circumvent parental rights to allow the child to choose before the parent can even. And it restricts the parent from intervening in that process. And I'm like, what the fuck are we getting into?
Crazy shit about
Like,
that
yeah,
to me is you are giving kids adult powers to decide what happens. You know,
Yeah, but they can't smoke or drink till they're
they can't
21
smoke,
now.
drink, drive, own a gun. Can't get a tattoo either because they're too immature. That's life changing.
Technically
But-
can't buy energy drinks neither. Because those, when I was growing up, you had to be 18 to buy an energy drink.
Yeah.
You feel like you're in the wrong body, so let me help you with that. I've said this before, but can you think of a mental illness that gets better, you affirming that they have that? You know, like anorexia. Oh yeah, you are a fat bitch. You should not eat that burger.
Right.
Could you imagine people doing that? Yes, you are schizophrenic. I was talking to the guy in your tree in the front yard, and he's gonna try to kill you later.
Yeah.
Is that gonna cure that fucking schizophrenic? No. I just made things a thousand times worse for that poor motherfucker.
Oh, fuck. See, and we
I
wonder how
swear,
our fucking civilization would lose information, fucking degrade, and disappear. Maybe this is what.
Oh, not degenerate. Degenerate. That's a normal thing that shouldn't. It just is normal. But that's the whole point. We shouldn't be repeating history by Yuri Bezmenov's initiating crisis normalization. It was like, why are we initiating normalization of a crisis situation when we know the facts are don't take this, don't do that, and why are we being pushed towards that direction? Stop it. Get some help. Yay. Anyways.
No
How you
kidding.
going for an hour, dude?
Hilarious, though.
Yeah. People are nuts.
But, you know,
are
a lot of that
nuts.
would be common sense and logical, and that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, education does not equal educated.
Yeah,
exactly. We were actually talking about that the other day, Chambers, fucking, and Far as well, online about how fucking going through, just because I went to college and I have this degree that says I can do this doesn't mean that I know it and you don't, just because you don't have the degree in it.
In my mind, it means
example,
you
like-
know more about that thing than an average person, but an average person might know more about this other thing than you do who didn't go to college. You know what I mean? Like if you went to college to be a doctor, odds are you know a lot more about being a doctor than I do. You know?
But they also call it practicing medicine, so does that mean that
Right,
they were
you're
just
practicing.
guessing and they found a little bit that works and that's what they teach people? How
It could be,
that's
you know?
the proper way? Right, that's why we need the freedom of ideas and stuff to spread
Throw
through it,
shit
to go,
around.
hey, maybe this isn't the right way. We're onto something, but this isn't the fully right
Yeah,
way.
it's not
Because
gonna be
Man
gold.
has had fucking
We're
problems
just
for the last 30
in here.
years.
It's
We're
not all
fixing
going to be gold.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I would rather pay an actual construction worker to build a actual superstructure than I would a guy in college who spent 6 years looking at blueprints and ideas and just mere mathematics as a means to fucking build something. I'll take the hardworking, everyday, average guy that's been working 10 years straight on how to build basic structure than I would a guy that's been in college for 10 years that has zero experience.
And that's
just
the
looked at
thing
it.
too.
Yeah.
It's like
And
if
engineering
college-
shit can be taught. You can be an engineer in the army without going to college to be an engineer.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Yeah.
That was what I was gonna get to, is being taught it. Because it's like if if someone knows something like how to build computers and is good with technology like that, what's the, and you know, just because they didn't go to school,
It
and
might
get the
be
degree,
hard
doesn't say
for
they
you
don't
to get a
know.
job in it, but it is possible. There are companies that'll give you a chance and be like, hey, fix this code. You know, you may never have gone to school for it, but you can fix that code and they'll hire you. You've got a real slim fucking chance, but it's possible. You know what I mean? And you could be just as smart, useful as the dude who did go to college. But you sat at home and had the same problem and figured it out yourself without spending $45,000 to find out how to do it.
That's what I'm saying. I think society's too wrapped up in the label of the degree rather than people's understanding and ability to do something.
Yeah.
The other thing is
Knowledge
too,
of it.
if you really want me to, Wilbur, I can actually give you a website where you can go to college for free. I'm not fucking kidding either. You can get degrees on engineering, business, lawyer stuff.
Yeah. It's funny you said the lawyer thing. I honestly thought about trying to take the bar exam online, but under California. So technically I could be a lawyer through California.
Well, hey, if you want to, you can just move to Oregon where they abolished the bar system, and you don't actually need to do that to be a lawyer.
Well, no, you still need to pass this.
Yeah, you still have to pass the bar, but you do not have to go to college to do it. California is that way too. That's why I was like, I just want to I want to do some research, take the bar exam, and pass it, and technically be a lawyer, just so I could be like, yeah, I'm a lawyer. I thought education. Education mattered. I'm a lawyer. That means I know more about you on this subject because I am a lawyer. You know what I mean? I just think that would be funny as shit.
Not only would it be funny, but I'll tell you right now, being a lawyer is a fucking high-stress situation.
Oh yeah, I would never use it. But just to the next time somebody says, "Well, I went to college," I'd be like, "I'm a fucking lawyer." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Somebody who can barely fucking read, who can I can comprehend things, but I might not be able to read the words because I'm fucking dyslexic. But somebody like me being able to be like, oh, I have a bar card, I'm actually a fucking lawyer, you know.
Yeah.
Never went to college, dude. So I'm smarter than you, right? We're talking about legal shit, and I'm a lawyer. You're not. I win, correct? You know, I just think it'd be fucking funny. They try to use it as a shut you down for you to just be able to be like, listen, dude, I don't even have a fucking GED, but you know what I do have? A fucking bar card, pussy. I'm a goddamn fucking lawyer. Some respect on the name. It'd be so fucking funny.
Yeah.
That would be fucking hilarious just to fuck off somebody.
Yeah.
Like,
just
okay, thanks.
Be like, yeah, dude, you can look my name up. I am a registered attorney in California. Fucking.
It's not the thing. Lick my asshole, bitch.
Yeah. Malik, I'm probably only gonna do one more and then I'm gonna hop off, man. I'm on later than normal because I'm enjoying having a fucking conversation. Sorry we're losing so much, dude, but I'm staring at the game, but I'm not thinking about it.
Partially, we're throwing you through loops and
Malik
fun moments of just...
Well, it's just philosophical ideas and things to talk about.
Yeah.
And,
Well, yeah,
you know,
it's just fun to talk about shit like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, even
Yeah,
if
you're welcome to talk about it.
Well, and it's so taboo.
Fun
You
environment.
know, people get so, well, you can't say that or mention that, otherwise I'm gonna get canceled.
Right?
yeah.
It's like, fucking,
And
it's
even
nice
if
to be able to
we
know
don't
ideas
believe
need to
any of
flow.
this, we're still bouncing ideas off each other, and that's the whole, you know, that's the
Hell
whole
yeah,
fucking
we're
point.
playing a game of baseball. That's the
Yeah.
whole point. We're just passing ideas.
It's fucking funny, man. It's not all gonna be gold. Some of it's gonna be dog shit, but we might find a diamond in this motherfucker.
Well, it's each other's face accidentally, but you know, hey, that's part of playing baseball. All right, I gotta go. I gotta take a phone call real quick. Be right back.
Right on. I might be off by the time you hop back on. Have a good night, man.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
Yep. Yeah, it's fucking 11 o'clock. Time flies. Yeah, me and my wife have those conversations about, like, sometimes she'll just ask me, like, do you think aliens could be real? And I'm like, guess what? I totally do think that, you know what I mean? Like, we end up having those conversations for a little while. One time, it was that meme where it was like, how often do you think about the Roman Empire? And I was like, honestly, a decent amount, you know, here's why. You know, it's just funny to have those kind of conversations. Because you wouldn't think about it, but a lot of things are connected to the Roman Empire, like taking shits, fucking war, and philosophy, fucking all kinds of weird shit.
Yeah. Oh, I love the Romans, dude. And they literally civilized the entire world.
Yeah, it's just crazy how one person can ruin everything.
Yeah.
You know, Caligula, fucking, it's just crazy how you could have something good,
Tiberius,
working, well, maybe not good, because of course there were some bad things, you know, but having a decent civilization back then was probably almost unheard of on that scale.
Yeah. But you had your tribes and shit. Everything was still tribal back then.
Yeah.
Which is why, like, the Germans and a lot of those were a problem for Rome. Because they were used to going in and cutting the head off of the snake.
Yep.
You know, and when you have multiple snakes, you know, the Hydra mentality. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what I thought about Venezuela, too. I was like, so the vice president is now the president. How does that fix anything? But everybody at least seems happy Maduro's gone, so I guess that's a plus.
The vice president is just a filler. Be sworn in, right? So the whole structure of their society doesn't collapse.
Yeah.
I think Trump is never going to put in somebody that's going to be pro give America what they want.
I feel like we shouldn't put anyone in. I feel like we should let
that's
them.
What's going to happen.
Oh yeah, I mean, probably. But we should let them decide. We should just oversee to make sure we have a fair election. But of course,
a regime change. Which
of course, even us doing that, people would be like, "Well, the U.S. You're the U.S. puppet."
Well, and I think the people of Venezuela just see America and understand what it means, and they're just okay with the idea of us coming in and doing shit.
Yeah.
And communists going away, because one thing that we've understood about communism is nobody likes it unless they do it on a bigger scale. Great for a household, shitty for a fucking country.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, socialism works great on a small scale. But whenever you have so many people in it, it's just ends up corrupt like everything else, you know? But it works great. It works great in a household, maybe a community. Same thing with the barter system. That would work fucking great for a small town, a small community. But as soon as you try to implement something like that on a huge fucking scale, people are gonna take advantage, ruin it. Yeah, capitalism's not fucking perfect, but it feels a lot better than what other people are dealing with, you know?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I think too. Because capitalism kind of creates big cities and people where they come for all these things and to learn and to do this shit.
Yeah, a lot of people want to come here, you know?
Like it was, yeah. You could drive 45 minutes to the blacksmith.
Yeah, if Mexico would just be smart, they could be just like us in 10 years or whatever. You know, if they got in touch with Elon Musk and were like, hey, build a Tesla factory down here, we'll give you tax breaks or whatever. That way they had more jobs, you know. A lot of immigrants and stuff come from there to the United States to make money because they need jobs, you know. If they would get in touch with somebody like him or Jeff Bezos, Amazon, and was like, hey, we'll give you tax breaks.
Or just make it easier for the average American man to own a company. Same thing.
Yeah, I just mean they need to be bringing in more of that kind of business, you know. Those are like huge scale things. You're gonna have thousands of jobs and shit that you're able to give to your people now. I just assume there's not a lot of work in Mexico because a lot of them come here to work. So I just, you know, in my mind, that would fix it. Even if Tesla wasn't like, I'm gonna pack up all the shops and move to Mexico, but he could still build a small little factory there.
Well, the thing is Mexico's run by all the cartels.
Yeah, they would have to offer protection and whatnot too.
Well, or you're just gonna have to get the political system fixed in Mexico, because you can't allow a republic like they're trying to set it up as with the president and everything to be a, you know, bought out thing and ran by the thing. Because I was even like, why doesn't Mexico just use their fucking military like we would, go squash it out?
Yeah.
And it's because their military is not like ours is with our constitution and everything.
I mean, technically, we wouldn't even do it. You know, we still have gangs and shit.
Yeah, you're right. But they're getting paid off by the cartels, and then they've just gotten so big that they run all of Mexico, fucking, or good chunks of it, and you can tell it's just destroyed and horrible. Can't even fucking drink the water there, dude. No ice.
Yeah. Dude, it's crazy. Most of their fresh water like travels all through us. I'm sure Canada could say the same thing. Like, it's crazy. The US's water like goes through us to get to them.
Yeah. We have a lot of mountains and stuff too. We could build aqueducts with and everything.
Yeah. I really hope one of these days, Mexico and Canada become a part of the United States. I think that would be really cool. Only if they wanted to, of course. I wouldn't want to take it by force, but
I think Canada does, and we're just not hearing about it.
At least some of them do. I've heard Alberta would like to, and that would be cool. That would be
Canada.
Yeah, that would be horrible for Canada. But I mean, what are you gonna do?
But think about it. If one area that fucking represents all of the financial support for an entire country says, "Hey,
Canada would fight, even if Alberta was legally able to do it. Canada would.
Well, that's what they're doing still, because they already had a little thing where they can start the whole process of it, and they're trying to fight against it. But yeah, dude,
Yeah, they would fight
the
us.
Whole country
They
would
wouldn't
have
let
no
it happen.
choice if that little piece wanted to, because they couldn't survive.
Just like if, like, say Michigan wanted to be a part of Canada, we would never let that fucking happen, you know?
Yep. And I know we're gonna go for Greenland next.
Oh my god, dude. I'm not okay with taking anything. But if we could get them to vote and then be like...
It only sounds like the Dutch government doesn't like it, but the people fucking do want it.
And that could be true too. I don't know, but I just feel like it shouldn't we shouldn't be the world police or whatever. We should only be worried about stuff that's in our backyard or it has to do with us, you know. But I would totally be cool with a united Mexico,
they're trying to get a point.
America, you know, Canada.
Close enough sphere of influence. Which is what I think they're getting around with the human thing. It's like, well, it's not us, it's gonna be Russia or China, we can't have that. It's like,
Yeah,
well,
I mean that's true. We wouldn't allow that either. You know.
Yep.
That would be a security risk and everything for us.
Is working with the Chinese government, the Russian government, and everything else. Because Europe.
I cannot believe we won that, Malik.
The Retros charted a course to the win this power shift. Thanks again.
All right, I'm gonna talk to you guys tomorrow.
Malik6314 said, let's
Thanks
do
for
it.
the game, Malik. Thanks for the conversation, Sammy and Krovix.
Malik6314 said, couldn't end it on a loss.
That's right, could not. But yep, you guys have a good night, and I will talk to you guys tomorrow.
You too, brother. Get some rest.
Yep, later. Have a good night, guys. Don't forget